Hey everyone, welcome back to another cool project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a real-time chat application in React Native using the Expo framework. So for the front-end part, we'll be making use of React Native, and for the back-end part, this time we'll be making use of MongoDB. And if you find this interesting, please smash the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So the first thing we'll be looking into is the demo part of the application. So over here, we are seeing the first screen, that is the home screen, which contains a basic header along with the two icons over here. And we are going to show the list of all the users that are enrolled in this particular app, as you can see. Okay, and over here we have the buttons. So this button is going to have three kinds of state, that is the request sent, the add friend, or the friend state. So firstly, if I press on the add friend, it goes into the second state, that is request sent. So if at all the other user accepts my request, then it's going to come into the friend state. So you can only chat with the other person if at all the person accepts your request. So basically you need to be friends with one another to chat with each other. All right. So the next thing is we have the friend screen over here where we can see the requests. So basically these two people have sent a request to me and I can only chat with them if at all I accept the request. So as soon as I press on the accept button, I will automatically be taken to the chat screen and I can start chatting with them. All right. So next we have is the chat screen. So this shows all of my friends and all of the chats I've done with them. Okay, so currently I've just added some basic chats just for the demo purpose. So let's go check out the first one. So here we have two kinds of messages. One is the normal text message and one is the image messages. Okay, so we can send both of them, that is image as well as, let's say, the text. Okay, so along with this we can even delete the messages as well. So let's say I want to delete this one. Okay, so if I press on it, you can see the delete button over here. So if in case you do not want to delete over here, let's just come back to the previous state by pressing on it. If you want to delete it, let's go delete this one. I'm going to press on delete. Okay, as you can see, that message has been deleted. So that's the way this thing works. We're going to implement this in this project. Okay, and over here we're going to show the last message of that particular chat room between two users, as you can see, along with the time towards the right. So in case you find this interesting, hit the like button and let's get started with the project right away. So the first step is to create a Expo manage project. So let's go do that. So inside my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder first. And inside my build folder, I'm going to say Expo init, the project name. So in my case, I'm going to say messenger project. You can give it any name you want. And after doing this, I'm going to press on enter. So this should ask us to choose a template. So we're going to choose the first template, that is a blank template, and press on enter. So this should create all the project dependencies, okay, required for the project structure. And it's going to create all of it inside this particular folder, that is messenger project. So let's give it some time to install. Okay guys, so the project has been installed. So the next step is we need to go into that particular project directory and look into the project structure. Okay, so I'm going to say file, press on open folder, and I'm going to go into my build folder and select the project. Okay, so this is basically the boilerplate code that Expo has given us when we initialize the Expo manage project, and towards the left is our file tree. So currently I'm inside my main app.js and you can see just a return block over here with a view, and it contains a text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. So this is basically our starting point of our application. So we'll be building our application right from scratch. Okay, so firstly let's start our app. So to do that, firstly I'm going to say terminal, new terminal, and I am in the correct project directory, that is messenger project. Over here I'm going to say Expo start. Okay, so over here we have 5 options to see the app, that is Android, iOS simulator or on the web. So in my case, I'm going to use the iOS simulator. So I'm going to pretty much press on I. So for Android users, you need to press on A. So I'm going to press on I. So this should install the app on the Expo app, and then we should be seeing this particular text on the screen, that is open up app.js to start working on your app. So let's give it some time. Okay guys, so the project has been opened. So towards my right, as you can see, we are able to see the text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. Okay, so currently it is at the center part because of the default styling that they've given. That is because of align items of center and justify content of center. Okay, so the next step is we're going to create our folders that is the screens folder as well as the components folder inside our file tree. So I'm going to say new folder. One is for the screens and the second one is for the folders. I mean, not folders, components. Okay. So after this, I think the next step you're going to do is we're going to create a new project inside of MongoDB and we're going to set up the backend. So firstly, let's head over to Chrome. Okay, let's just open mongodb.com, just search for MongoDB and press on the first link. Okay, and after this, let's press on sign in and log in with Google. Okay, so I've currently logged in with my Google account, and the previously selected project was Chat App. So now I need you to create a new project. So just press on the drop down, scroll down and press on new project. Okay, you can give it any project name. In my case, I'm going to say messenger project and I'm going to press on next. Okay, so after this, so the project owner is me myself, this is my email. So I'm going to press on create project now. Okay, so the next step is to create a database. So let's press on build a database. Okay, so over here, make sure you select the free version, that is this one. And the other details, let's leave it as default for now. And now I'm going to press on create after selecting the free version. Okay, so the next step is we need to create a user, that is the username and password. So we're going to create that. So the username is going to be this one. And the password, I'm gonna just pass in my name as the password. Okay, so now I'm gonna press on create user. Okay, next thing is we need to add the IP address. So I'm pretty much gonna say 0.0.0.0 /0. Okay, after this I'm gonna say add entry. You can feel free to copy that out. And after that, I'm gonna say finish and close. Okay, so press on finish and close. Okay, go to databases. So it's going to take some time to set up the database. So by the time that happens, we're going to go back to the app.js and we're going to create some folder for the backend part. So I'm going to press on app.js. I'm going to press on new folder. Here I'm going to say API. Okay, so I'm going to firstly open up a new terminal and head over to the API folder. So firstly over here, make sure you are inside the API folder. So here I'm going to create my package.json file. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say npm init. Okay, it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. So just press on enter. Version is 1.0.0. Okay, enter. Description, I'm going to say backend like this. Enter. And for other commands as well, you can just press enter. Okay. So as you can see inside the API folder, a package.json file has been created. Okay, so now after this, we're going to create our main index.js file where all the backend code is going to go. So I'm going to create a new file, that is index.js file inside my API folder. Okay, so firstly, we need some dependencies to install so that we can start working with the backend part. So I'm going to say yarn add and make sure you are in the API folder itself. So I'm going to say yarn add. Firstly, we need express. So I'm going to say yarn add express, cause. We need access to body parser. We also need mongoose. So add that out. Malta. We also need access to node mon, passport, and then passport local. Okay, I think course is already added. Okay, so I think these are the important ones that are required. So let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies will be installed into our package.json. So let's give that a try. Okay, so as you can see, all of them have been installed over here. So after this, we're gonna start writing the code inside of our index.js file, and we're gonna connect the app, okay, to the backend. So over here, I think the database has been set up. So let's press on connect first. Okay, so we're gonna press on the third option, that is MongoDB for VS Code. And with the help of this code, we're gonna connect our app. Okay, so let's come back to the index.js file and let's pretty much initialize all of our dependencies. So I'm going to say const express equals to require express. Okay, so this should import the express module, and it's basically a web application framework for node.js. After that, I need access to my body parser as well. So I'm going to say const body parser equals to require body parser. After that, I need access to mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose. So it's basically used to define all of our models that are present inside of our app. And after this, I'm going to define the passport. Okay, so I'm going to say const passport equals to require of passport, like this. So basically passport is authentication middleware for node.js. Okay, so that's a basic usage of it. And after that, I'm going to make use of local strategy. So I'm going to say const local strategy equals to require passport local dot strategy. All right, so this is basically used for handling the local username password authentication inside of our app. Okay, so after this, I'm gonna say, firstly I'm gonna create an instance over here. So I'm gonna say const app equals to express. Okay, so this is the way we create instance of an express application firstly. After that, I'm gonna choose a port. So I'm gonna say const port equals to 8000. You can pretty much choose any port. And after that, I'm gonna initialize my cars. So I'm gonna say const cars equals to require of cars. Okay, and after that, basically I'm gonna say app.use of cars. All right, and after that, we're gonna pretty much configure the body parser and other necessary middlewares. Okay, so I'm gonna say app.use body parser dot URL encoded. We're gonna say extend equals to true, false. Okay, after this, I'm gonna say app.use of the body parser dot JSON. All right, and we're going to say app.use passport.initialize. Okay, next, I think we forgot to install one more dependency, that is the JSON web token. So we're going to install that right now because we need access to that. So I'm going to say yarn add JSON web token, like this. Okay, let's come back to the index.js file, and I'm going to say const jwt equals to require of JSON web token. All right, so basically the first one, that is body parser.url encoded. So that is a body parser middleware to handle the URL encoded form data. And the next one we have is body parser.json. So this line basically sets up the body parser middleware to handle the JSON data. Okay, that's the difference between the two. And this is the initialization of the passport method. So the next step that we'll be doing is we'll be connecting our app to the backend. Okay, so to do that, let's head over to Chrome first. And with the help of this URL, we're going to connect it. So feel free to copy this out and come back over here. So I'm going to say, firstly, mongoose. We have the connect method. So I'm going to make use of the connect method. So to the connect method, I'm going to copy the URL. That is this one. So in place of password, you need to add your password that you have given. Okay. So my password was this itself. That is my name itself. And after that, I'm going to provide in a bunch of options to this over here. So I'm going to say use new URL parser, and I'm going to set it to be true. Okay, and after that, I'm going to say use unified topology, and I'm going to set it to be true as well. Okay, after this, I'm going to apply the .then method. Okay, so if at all everything worked properly, I'm going to say console.log. connected to MongoDB. Okay, something like this. And if at all it didn't work, that means if there are any errors, I'm going to say dot catch of the error. Okay, so here I'm just going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB with the error, whatever it is. Okay, so after that is after the connection part, we need to make the app to listen with the help of the listen method. So I'm going to use that. So I'm going to write it over here. That is app.listen. So whatever port we have selected, that is 8000 in our case. And I'm going to say console.log server listening on the port 8000. So let's format the document once. Okay, so now let's come back to the package.json and give a start method to it so that we can run this. Okay, so inside the script, I'm going to say start. So here I'm going to say node.mon index.js. Okay, save the file. So inside the index file also save the file. So currently I'm inside my API folder. So to run the app, I'm going to say yarn start. Okay, so as you can see, server running on port 8000 and connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected our app to MongoDB. Okay, so the first step is done. So the next step we'll be looking into is after the connection part, we're going to create two screens. One screen for the login part and the second screen for the authentication part. And we're going to write the endpoints for both of them, that is register as well as login. Okay, and we'll check out how exactly we're going to store the user by defining the user model. So the first step is we're going to create the screens and we're going to first design them out. So firstly, let's go to the screens folder. I'm going to say a login screen.js RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, and after this we have one more screen, that is the register screen.js. Okay, RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, save the file. So firstly, before designing the login screen and the register screen, I think we need to set up the navigation part because we need to switch between the login screen as well as the register screen. So now let's head over to Chrome and then install the dependencies for React navigation. So over here I'm going to say react navigation.org and let's press on read docs and let's install firstly this one, that is react navigation /native. Okay, so open up a new terminal and paste it over here. And after that we need to install this one. So if we are in an Expo Manage project, we're going to use this code. So let's copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, after that let's move to hello react navigation and we're going to install this one, that is a react navigation /native stack, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so now let's check out our package.json once. So as you can see, all of the dependencies have been installed. So the next step is we're going to set up the stack navigator. So I'm going to say new file. I'm going to create a new file, that is stack navigator.js. Okay, RNFES. So over here we're going to make the change. So firstly let's import this one. Let's copy this piece of code, that is navigation container. So we're going to paste this in the return block over here. So let's import navigation container from over here, and we need to import this one as well, that is create this instance and import this as well. Okay, we need to initialize the first screen. So in our case it's going to be the login screen. So instead of the home screen, I'm going to say login screen. Okay, after that we're going to initialize our second screen. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be register and component is going to be register screen. So let's import register screen from the screens folder. Okay, let's manually import it. I'm going to say import register screen. Okay, I don't think there is anything present inside the register screen. That's why we're not getting the import statement. Okay, we have something, but still it's not working, right? So register screen, the spelling is right. So import, yeah, now it's coming. So save the file. Okay, so the next step is we're gonna initialize the stack navigator into the main app.js. So this is the first screen. So we need to be seeing the login screen when we do that. So let's come to the app.js. Let's pretty much remove all of it and initialize a fragment over here. And over here, I'm gonna say import the stack navigator from the stack navigator file like this. So save the file. Okay, so as you can see, it's working properly. So we are seeing the first screen, that is a login screen. So we actually do not want the header to be seen in the both screens. So let's remove that out. So I'm gonna come to the stack.screen and give some options over here. So I'm gonna say options. Here I'm gonna say header shown, and I'm gonna set it to be false. So the same thing I'm gonna give for the second one as well. Okay, over here. So let's format once. Okay, so as you can see, save the file, and that is gone. So now we're gonna start designing our login screen. So let's come to the login screen first. And over here, firstly, I'm gonna give the styling for the view. So I'm gonna say style. It's gonna have a flex of 1, and I'm gonna give it a background color of white and some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and align items of center. Okay, so for the first thing inside the view is the keyboard avoiding view. So I'm going to use that. So let's import that as well. So keyboard avoiding view from React Native like this. Okay, so inside the keyboard avoiding view, we are going to initialize the first view, which is going to contain these two texts. Okay, so I'm going to say view. So this is going to be text 1, which says sign in. Okay, and second one is the second text which says sign in to your account. So I'm going to say text. This is going to say sign in to your account. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's give some styling to the this view, because it's almost touching the top status bar. Okay, so over here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a margin top of 100. Okay, like this, so that it comes to almost the top part of the screen. Okay, and after that we're going to give the style for the text. Okay, so I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a specific color of this color code, that is 4A55A2. Okay, and we're also going to give font size and font weight to this. So font size, I'm going to give it 17, and font weight is going to be, let's say, 600. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So the same piece of styling I'm going to give it for the second one, but without the color. Okay, I think it should be in black color itself. Okay, so let's copy that out and remove the color. Okay, let's give some margin top to this. So I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 15. Okay, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for the view. Okay, I'm going to say justify content of center and align items to center, so that it comes to the center part. As you can see, that's looking better. So now after that, I'm going to initialize my first view. That's going to have the input field, that is for the email as well as the password. Okay, so that's going to come right after this view over here. So I'm going to say view. So to this view, I'm going to give a margin top of 50 over here. I'm going to say style, margin top of 50. Okay, and this in turn is going to have one more view. So this view is going to contain two things. One is the text, and the second one is the text input, that is this part. So I'm going to say text. So this is going to contain email, and the second one is going to be text input. So let's import text input from React Native like this. So this is going to take in, of course, the placeholder. So I'm going to give the placeholder. It's going to be enter your email. Okay, save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to give the placeholder text color to this. So in our case, it's going to be black. Okay, So now we're going to give some styling to the text input. So let's format once. Over here I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a border bottom color of gray. We're going to give it a border bottom width as well of, let's say, 1, and I want it to have a margin vertical of 10 like this, and I'm going to give it a specific width of, let's say, 300. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So the next thing is we're going to give the style for the top text, that is email. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is going to have a font size of, let's say, 18, and it's going to have a font weight of 600, and it's going to have a color of gray. So after this, the next thing we want is the value to be stored in some kind of state, right? That is the email as well as the password value. So firstly, now we're going to initialize state for both of them, that is email as well as password. So I'm going to say const email and set email equals to use state. Okay, so in the initial state, it's going to be just an empty string. Let's import use state from React as such. Okay, similarly, we're going to initialize for password as well. So I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state, and over here also it's going to be an empty string at the initial state. Okay, so now for the text input, it's going to take a prop known as the value. So value is going to be pretty much whatever is stored inside of our state. So in this case, it's going to be email. And whenever the user types in the value, we need to keep on updating the state. So there is a method known as on change text. Like this, it's going to take in the text, whatever the user is typing. And each type, the user types in the character, we're going to update the state. So I'm just going to say set the email to be whatever the user is typing, that is of the text. Okay, that's it. So I think we forgot to write one more style, that is with a placeholder. So currently it is small, so I'm going to give the style over here. So I'm going to say font size. So if at all we have the email over here, then I want it to be 18, or else also I want it to be 18. Okay, question mark over here. So save the file. Yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so similarly, we're going to copy this view, that is this one, and I'm going to paste it over here. So this one is for the password. Okay, so instead of email, I'm going to say password over here. Okay, and yeah, so the placeholder is going to be password as well. Okay, that's looking better. So I think we need to give some margin vertical to this. So I'm going to say style or margin top of 10. Yep, I think that's looking nice. Okay, so let's change the value. So it's going to be password, and on change text, instead of set email, it's going to be set password of the text. Okay, so for the text input, we're going to provide one more prop, that is secure text entry. It's going to be true since it's a password input. Okay, so I'm going to save the file. All right, so after that, we need the login button, right? So that's going to come right after, let's say, this view. Okay, so I'm going to say, so over here, I'm going to make use of pressable first, import pressable from React Native, and this pressable is going to contain the text. So the text is going to say login. So for the pressable, I'm going to give the style. So basically it's going to have a specific width of, let's say, 200, and background color. So I'm going to give the same color that I gave for the top text, that is sign in, that is this one. So copy that out and paste it over here. So it's also going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 15. Okay, and after that, we're going to give it some margin top as well. So margin top of 50, and I'm going to give it some margin left of auto and margin right of auto, so that it comes to the center part. And we're going to give it a slight border radius as well. So I'm going to say border radius of 6. Okay, that's looking fine. So now for the text, I'm going to give this style. So firstly, I'm going to give it a color of white. Okay, I wanted to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of bold, and I'm going to say text align of center so that it comes to the center part of the container. Okay, that's looking nice. So now after that, we're going to initialize this text field that will navigate us to the register screen. So I'm going to say pressable again. That's going to come right after this pressable containing the button. So this is going to contain a text over here which says don't have an account, then sign up, something like this. So I'm going to give the style for the pressable first over here. So it is this one is just going to have a basic spacing on the top, so I'm going to say margin top of 20 or 10. Okay, let's give it 15 at least. Okay, and for the text, I'm going to say text align of center, and I'm going to give it a color of gray. Okay, I think that's looking good. I think let's increase the font size for this. I'm going to give it a font size of 16. Already that's looking better. So now the next step is, if at all I press on this, I need to be navigated to the register screen. So for that, let's firstly initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation /native, and I'm going to initialize the on press event on this pressable. So I'm going to say on press, initialize a function, and here I'm going to say if at all the user presses on this, navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So if you check out a stack navigator, the name of the screen we gave to register was this one, that is register itself. So just copy that out and paste it over here. So we're saying navigation.navigate to the register screen. So save the file and let's press on this button. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the register screen. So pretty much you're going to follow the same piece of steps for designing the register screen as well. So here, firstly, let's copy this out. Let's copy this style and paste it over here. Save the file. Okay, so the next thing is pretty much copy the entire keyboard avoiding view, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so import all the things. Firstly, text input. We need access to keyboard avoiding view. We also need the pressable as well. Okay, other than that, I think, yeah, the next thing is we need to set up the state. Okay, so here we have two more things, that is the password as well as the image while registering, right? So firstly, I'm going to set up the state. So I'm going to say const email, set email equals to use state. So initially it's going to have an empty string as usual. So the next thing we want is const name, set name. Is that name? Yeah. So const name, set name equals to use state of an empty string. Then const password, set password equals to use state of empty string. And finally we have the image attribute. So I'm going to say const image, set image equals to use state of an empty string. Okay, so firstly, before saving, I'm going to copy this view a couple of times. That is this one. Once for the name and once for the image. Okay, so after email, this one should be name, right? Or first one is name. Okay, first one is name, second one is email. So what I'm going to do is, so this is going to be like that itself. So this is going to be name. Okay, so the value is going to be name, and instead of set password, I'm going to say set name. Let's remove secure text entry equals to true, and I'm going to copy this view and paste it above the email, that is above this, because the name should be first. So first is name, next comes the email. Okay, the state is set up correctly, and after that comes the password, and after that comes the image. So let's change this. So instead of password, it's going to be image, and over here the value is going to be image, and on change text, instead of set password, it's going to be set image. Okay, let's remove the secure text entry to be true. Let's remove that out. Okay, so save the file. UseState does not exist, so let's import useState from React. Okay, let's press on this button. As you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So we need to change the top two texts over here. So it says register and register to your account. So over here I'm going to say register, and this one is going to be register to your account. Okay, all right, so the next thing is we need to change the button. So save the file. So here, instead of login, it's gonna be register. Okay, and over here it's gonna say already have an account, then you can sign in. I'm gonna say already have an account, then sign in. So if the user presses on this, we just need to navigate back to the previous screen, that is the login screen. So over here I'm just gonna say navigation dot go back. All right, so let's firstly initialize our navigation over here. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, import that from React navigation / native. And after doing this, let's pretty much save the file once. Okay, so okay, we have forgotten to change the placeholder, right? So let's do that. So firstly, for name, it's going to be name itself, or it's going to be enter your name. That is over here. So enter your name. Okay, so email is enter email, password is password, and image is just, it's going to be image itself. That is for this one. So I'm going to say image. Okay, I think other than that, everything has been set up. Let's check the states. So for image, it's going to be image. For password, it's going to be password. Okay. For email, it's going to be email, and for name, it's going to be name. Yeah, I think that's working correctly. Okay, so let's press on this button. We need to navigate back to the previous screen. Yeah, so that's working absolutely fine. So we have designed the first two screens, that is a login screen as well as a register screen. So the next step is we're going to write the functionality for the user to register, and we're going to store that particular user in the backend. Okay, so to do that, let's come to the index.js, and we're going to write our first endpoint that is for register. Okay, so before writing the first endpoint that is for register, I think it's better to write the definition for all of our models. Okay, so to do that, firstly I'm going to go into my API folder and then create a new folder inside of it. So I'm going to say API new folder. I'm going to name it as models. So currently we have two models inside of our app. One is for the user and the second one is for the message. So I'm going to create a new file over here. So I'm going to say user.js. Okay, so in this file, I'm going to start writing the definition for our user model. So firstly, I'm going to initialize mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose like this. Okay, and I'm going to say const user schema equals to new mongoose.schema. So this in turn is going to take in an object. So here I'm going to start writing my first definition. That's going to be name. So this is going to have a type. It's going to be a type of string, and required is going to be true. Okay, so after this we have the next one, that is email. So this also is going to have a type of string. Okay, and we're going to say required is true, and we're also going to give one more property, that is unique should be true. Okay, so after that we have the the third one, that is the password attribute. So I'm going to say password. So it's going to have a type. It's going to be of type string, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. Okay, so after the password, we want the image as well. So I'm going to say image. So it's going to have a type of string. Okay, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. So after that, we're going to have one more thing, that is friend requests sent by the user. So I'm going to say friend requests. So this is going to be an array because a user can send as many as requests to any number of users, right? So over here I'm going to say type. So this is going to be mongoose.schema types object id, and the reference is going to be to the user. Okay, so after the friend requests, we're going to have one more attribute that is known as friends. So a user can have many friends. So this also is going to be a type of array like this. Okay, so over here I'm going to say type. It's going to be mongoose.schema.types object id. Okay, so the reference is going to be of the user. So after the friends, we have, let's say, one more attribute, that is the sent friend requests. Okay, so I think this is the array for receiving the friend requests, and this is the array of the sent friend requests. Okay, so this also is going to be an array. So over here I'm going to say type. Okay, it's going to be mongoose.schema.types.object id, and again reference is going to be of the user. Okay, so you can look into it once more from the start. These are the definitions we're going to use for the user model, that is name, email, password, image, friend requests received, the friends of the user, and send friend requests of that particular user. Okay, so after this we're gonna export this particular thing. So I'm gonna say const user equals to mongoose.model of the user, and we are pretty much gonna pass in the user schema over here. That is the one which we just defined, this one, like this. Okay, so after that I'm going to say module.exports equals to user. Okay, so I think that's it. So we have defined the first model, that is the user model. So save the file. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the message model. Okay, so let's create a new file inside of our models folder. So I'm going to say message.js. So firstly, inside my message.js file, I'm going to initialize my mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and I'm going to say const message schema equals to new mongoose.schema. Again, it's going to take in an object over here. So the first thing over here is it's going to have a sender ID, that is the person who sends the message. Okay, so it's going to have a type of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Okay, and ref is going to be of user. Okay, so after sender ID we have the second one, that is the recipient ID, that is the person who receives the message. So it's going to have a type, that is mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Again, this is going to be of type user, that is the reference. Okay, so after the recipient ID and the sender ID we have the message type. So in our case we have two types of messages, that is the normal text message and the image kind of messages. So I'm going to say type. It's going to have a type of string basically. So I'm going to say type is going to be string, and it's going to have enum. So over here we're going to provide in the type of the messages. So first is going to be a type of text, and second one is going to be a type of image. Okay, so that's the third one, that is message type. So after the message type, you're going to define how it's going to be. So message is going to be of string, and we're going to have image URL if at all it is a type of image. This also is going to be a type of string. Okay, after that we need access to the timestamp of that message. So it's going to have a type of date. Okay, we're going to provide a default value. It's going to be date.now. Okay, that's it. So this is it about the message model. So we pretty much have the sender ID, the recipient ID, the message type, the message, how it is looking, that is the type of the message, and the type of the image URL. In our case, it's going to be a type of string over here. And finally, we have the timestamp. Okay, so now we're going to export this thing. So I'm going to say const message equals to mongoose.model. So this is going to be message, and I'm going to pass in my message schema to this. Okay, and I'm going to say module.exports equals to message. That's it. So we have defined both of our schemas, that is the message schema as well as the user schema. Okay, so the next thing is we're gonna pretty much import these two into our index.js file. So over here I'm gonna say const user equals to require. So firstly go into the models folder and access the user. Okay, so the next thing is const message equals to require. Go into the models folder and pretty much access from the message. Okay, we've imported both of them, so save the file. So now we're gonna write the first endpoint, that is the way to register the user. So I'm gonna write all of my endpoints in this particular file itself, that is index.js file. So over here I'm gonna say endpoint for registering or registration of the user. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say app.post. We're gonna make use of the post method, and the path is gonna be /register. So this is gonna take in a callback with the request as well as the response. Okay, so here we're going to define the functionality for the registration purpose. Okay, so basically what does app.post signify? Okay, so this line basically sets up a post route with the path name of /register. So that means when a client makes a post request to the /register, then whatever code we have written over here, that's going to get executed. So basically that this one, that is request and result. So request, so these two are basically the callback parameters that are present. So REQ stands for request and RES stands for result, of course. And request represents basically all the requests made from the client to the server. Okay, and RES stands for a response, and it represents all of the HTTP response that server sends back to the client. Okay, that's a basic definition of those two. So firstly, inside the register method, firstly I'm going to get the values from the request.body. So I need access to all of these, right? So when we register, we need access to name, email, password, and image. So the same thing I'm gonna pass over here. So I'm gonna say const name, comma email, comma password, comma image equals to, it's gonna be request.body. All right, after that, firstly I'm gonna create a new user object. Since we've already defined the schema, it's gonna be super easy. So I'm gonna say create a new user object. So to do that, I'm gonna say const new user equals to new user. So I'm gonna access this user from over here, that is this one which we have defined. So I'm going to say new user, and this in turn is going to take in 4 things, that is the name, email, password, as well as the image. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say I need to save the user to the database, that is in MongoDB, into my users collection. Okay, so over here I'm going to say new user dot, there is a save method, so I'm going to use the save method, and after save I'm going to apply the dot then method. So anyway, we have access to the result. Okay, we can send responses to the client over here. So I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json. We're going to pass in a message which says user registered successfully. Okay, if at all everything has worked correctly, we're going to send this message. Okay, else if there is some kind of error that has occurred, that's going to come inside the catch block. Okay, so I'm going to say catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log with some message. I'm going to say error registering the user, and just give me the message whatever is the error. Okay, after that I'm going to say result.status of 500 dot json. So here also I'm going to pass in a message which says error registering the user, something like this. Okay, and save the file. So pretty much that's it. So that's the first endpoint for the register method. Okay, so now after writing the first endpoint for register, so the next step is we're going to create an onPress function on the pressable over here, that is for the register button. So let's head over to the front end part in the register screen. Okay, and I'm going to create an onPress function on the register button right over here. So I'm going to say onPress equals to handle register. So let's define this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle register equals to a basic arrow function. Okay, so firstly over here I need access to all of the 4 things, that is email, name, password, and image, because in the endpoint where we have defined it, we need access to all of these 4, right? And it's getting access inside the request.body. So to send that, firstly let's come to the register screen, and I'm going to define my object over here. So I'm going to say const user equals to an object. So the name is going to be the name itself, so it's already stored inside of state. That's the same thing I'm doing. And email is going to be email, and my password is going to be password. Okay, and my image is going to be image itself. Okay, so now I'll be making use of Axios. So firstly let's install that. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Okay, that has been installed. So over here I'm going to say firstly send a post request to the backend API to register the user. So I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios like this. So I'm going to say Axios dot post method, that's what we're using, and this is the URL http localhost. This is the port which we are using, that is 8000. Okay, so http slash localhost 8000, and the endpoint we're using is register. Okay, so this is going to take in, of course, this user. So I'm going to pass in the user. Okay, so I'm going to say dot then of the response. Okay, firstly I'm going to say console.log of whatever is the response over here. So console.log of response. So if everything is gone correctly, I need a alert message. So firstly, I'm going to say import alert from React Native. I'm going to say alert dot alert. So it's going to take in two things. Firstly, it's going to say registration successful, and the second message is going to say you have been registered successfully. Okay, something like this. And if at all there is some kind of error, that's going to happen inside of the catch block. Okay, so before that, after doing this, I need to set the empty fields again, right? So I'm going to say set name to be empty and set the email to be empty and set the password to be empty, set the image also to be empty after we press on the register button. Okay, so if at all there is any kind of error that has occurred, so I'm going to say catch that error like this. Okay, so give me the alert message here as well. So I'm going to say alert.alert. So this in turn is going to take in again two kinds of messages. So I'm going to say registration failed or registration error. Okay, and after that I'm going to say an error occurred while registering, something like this. Okay, and give me that error. So I'm going to say console.log registration error or registration failed with that particular message, whatever the error is. Okay, so save the file. So I think that's it. That's the functionality for register. So hopefully everything should work if you have not done anything wrong. Okay, so save the file. So let's give this a try. So I think this is the endpoint for the thing that is register, and this is the front end code for the handle register function. So firstly, I'm going to enter my name over here, and I'm going to enter my email as well, and I'm going to enter a basic password. Okay, so for the image, I'm pretty much going to choose my Google image itself. So over here, I'm just going to copy the image address and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so let's press on register. Okay, there is an error. That is, let's check out the console over here. Okay, there is a network error actually. Use state doesn't exist. I think that was the previous one, right? Okay, cannot find module slash message. So let's look into that first. So over here, I think inside the messages over here. Okay, my bad. I forgot to put the forward slash. I think that's the reason it didn't work. Okay, so let's give this one more try. Okay, I'm going to press on register again. As you can see, registration successful. You have been registered successfully. Okay, so press on OK, and all of the fields have been empty again. Okay, so now let's go check out our backend. That is, our first user should have been created, right? So let's go over here and let's log in if we have to log in again. Okay guys, so the next thing is, let's move on to this thing, that is browse collection, so that we can see if the user is actually registered. So as you can see, we have two models created. One is for the messages and one is for the users. So currently messages is empty because there are no messages. So let's head over to the users collection, and there you go. We have the first user that is being registered, so which has a unique ID. This is the name which I've given, this is the email, and this is the password, and this is my image, and these are the other attributes, that is friend requests, friends, and send friend requests as well. Okay, so that's the way we register the user. So that part is absolutely working fine. So the next thing is, we need to log in. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to write the functionality that is the endpoint to log in of that particular user. So I'm going to say endpoint for logging in of that particular user. So for logging in, we need two things, that is the email of the user as well as the password of the user. Okay, so over here I'm going to say app dot, again I'm going to make use of the post method. Okay, so over here the endpoint is going to be /login. All right, so again this is going to take in the callback with my request as well as the response. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do over here is, inside this function I need access to the email of the user as well as the password of the user. So to get that, I'm going to say const email comma password equals to the request dot body. All right, so firstly I'm going to say check if the email and password are provided. Okay, that's the first check we're going to do. So I'm going to check if at all there is no email or if at all there is no password. So what I'm going to do is, I have access to my response. I'm going to say return response dot status of 404 dot JSON, and I'm going to send a message to the client saying that email and the password are required. Okay, something like this. Okay, that's the first condition check we're going to make. Okay, and then after that, if at all both of them have been provided, firstly I'm going to check for that particular user. So I'm going to say check for that user in the backend. Okay, so I'm going to say access the user model. I'm going to say user dot, there is a find one method. So I'm going to say find one of the email. Okay, find with that email, and then with the help of the dot then method. Okay, this is going to give us the user, of course. So firstly here also I'm going to apply the condition, that is if at all there is no user with that particular email, that means we have not found that particular user, right? So I'm going to say user not found over here in this case. So over here again I'm going to return a message. So I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with the message saying that user not found. Okay, something like this. And after that, the next condition we're going to check is, we're firstly going to say compare the provided password that the user is given with the password in the database or the backend. Okay, so to do that I'm going to say if the user dot password equals to, firstly we're going to check if it is not equal, right? So I'm going to say if the user dot password is not equal to the password, because we need to handle all different kinds of cases. So in this case, of course, there is a mismatch between the passwords. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send again a response. Okay, so I'm going to say return, I think we have error, let's write it from the beginning. Oh no, so I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON of message invalid password. Okay, something like this. So next, of course, if the email as well as the password is correct, then what we're going to do is I'm going to say create a token for me for that particular user. So I'm going to say const token equals to create token of for that particular user ID. I'm going to say user dot underscore ID. Okay, I'm going to send that token in the result if at all the password as well as the email is correct for that particular user logging in. Okay, so over here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON and just send the token as a response. Okay, so this is the functionality for let's say the login endpoint. And if at all there is any error while implementing this, I'm going to catch that error over here. So I'm going to say dot catch of the error. Okay, firstly I'm just going to say console.log of a message saying error in finding the user, and over here I'm just going to display the error message. Okay, and I'm going to send the status. I'm going to say result.status of 500.json, and with the message being, let's say any message, internal server error, something like this. You can give any message you want. Okay, so this is the functionality for the login endpoint, right? Firstly, we are checking if at all the user is provided both the email and password over here from 61 to 65. Okay, if at all even any one of them is not present, we're going to send this result. Okay, and then the next step is to find that particular result inside of our backend. Okay, so if at all the user is not present, send the result, and then compare the password. So if the password given by the user is not equal to the password stored in the backend, then again send this result saying it is an invalid password. If at all both of them are right, that is the email and password, create a token for me with that particular user ID and send the token as the response to the client, that is to the front end part. Okay, so now we need to define this function, that is create token. So I'm just gonna copy that code over here just after the register. So I'm gonna say function to create token based on the user ID. Okay, so after this I'm gonna paste the code over here. So this is basically the create token function. It's gonna take in the user ID that we have passed over here. Okay, and this is going to be the payload basically, and over here we are generating a secret with a secret key and the expiration time date. Okay, and we are just returning the token. So this will be stored over here inside this variable, and this is going to be sent to the front end part when we initialize this endpoint. So save the file. So that's it for the backend part over here inside the index.js file. So the next step is I'm going to create an onPress function on the login method now. So to do that, let's head over to the login screen. All right, so here I'm going to create firstly a onPress event on this pressable that says login. So I'm going to say handle login. So let's define this function right at the top. So I'm going to say const handle login equals to a basic arrow function as such like this. So of course we need access to two things, that is the email and the password. So I'm going to define both of them over here. So I'm going to say const user equals to email. It's going to be email, which is stored inside of state, and password is going to be password, which also is stored inside of state like this. Okay, so after that, again over here I'm going to make use of Axios. So I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios. Okay, so import it like this. Okay, it's imported now. Okay, we're going to say Axios dot with the help of post method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http a local host, and it's going to be 8000. That's the port number which we have given, and the endpoint is going to be /login, and it's going to take in the information, that is the email and password. So just pass this user over here. Okay, and then after this has been executed, I'm going to apply the dot then method, which is going to give us of course the response. So firstly you can console.log the response to check whatever is coming from there. All right, so after doing that, firstly I'm going to say const token equals to, so to access that particular token, it's going to be response.data.token. I've already console.log in the previous project while I've done this. So I'm going to say const token equals to response.data.token. Okay, so now after this I need access to the async storage so that we can store the token inside of an async storage with the help of the key. So the next step is we're going to install async storage into our project. So let's head over to Chrome and search for expo async storage, and let's go into the first link and install this with the help of this code. Okay, so open up a new terminal, or you can go over here and we can pretty much paste it out. So let's give it some time to install. Okay, that has been installed. So now inside the login screen, after we get the token, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say async storage. So import async storage from that particular dependency like this. So we have two methods over here, that is set item and then get item. So firstly we set the item with the help of the key, and while getting the same item we need to use the same key while we set it. Okay, so firstly I'm going to set the item. So there is a set item method. It's in the form of key value pair. So the key I'm going to give is auth token, and the value of course is going to be the token that we got from the response. All right, and after that, after I press on the login, after all this gets executed, I want to navigate to the main home screen. Okay, so let's create a new screen inside of our screens folder. Let's say home screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, it's super slow today, so save the file. So the next step is I'm going to include this home screen inside of my stack navigator. So just copy this out and I'm going to paste it one more time. So the name is going to be over here, home, and the component I'm going to use instead of register screen is going to be the home screen. Okay, so also import home screen from the screens folder like this. So over here also let's change the name. It needs to be login and not home. Okay, so save the file. Oh, okay, not sure why that happened. So the next step is let's refresh the app once so that we can start seeing the login screen itself instead of the home screen. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh the app one more time over here, and let's go over here and just press on I. Okay, so hopefully we should be seeing the login screen because that's the first screen which we've given. Okay, so as you can see, it's working correctly. Okay, so the next step is let's come back to the login screen, and after we have set the token, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say firstly navigation. I think navigation is, yeah, it's already initialized. So navigation dot navigate to the home screen. Okay, I think firstly we need to check if at all the token is present. Okay, not over here. I think we need to do that inside of the use effect. Okay, so if at all there is any kind of error over here, we're going to catch that. So I'm going to say catch of the error. So I'm just going to say alert.alert. I'm going to say login error. One more message is going to be invalid email or password. Okay, and I'm also going to say console.log of the error message. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the functionality for logging in. So the next thing is, if at all, the token is present, and when the app loads for the first time, if at all the token is present, we need to navigate to the main home screen. And if at all the token is not present, then in that case, we are going to show the login screen itself so that the user can log in once more, right? So to do that, I'm going to make use of a listener, that is, let's say any function. So over here, I'm going to say use effect. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to initialize a function. I'm going to say const check login status equals to an async function. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to access the token from async storage. Okay, so this time we're going to make use of the get item. So it's going to be const token equals to await async storage that's already been imported dot get item. So over here, to get this value, that is token value, we need to use the same key with which we set it previously, correct? So it's going to be async storage dot get item of the key, that's going to be auth token. Okay, so it should be the same spelling over here and here as well. So here I'm going to check if at all my token is present. Okay, so just navigate to the home screen. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the home screen, else we should not do anything because it is going to show automatically the login screen itself. So I'm going to say token not found, show the login screen itself. Okay, I think that's it. And over here, I think we need to, initialize a try catch block as well. So I'm going to say try catch of error like this. So firstly, let's say console.log error and just show the error, and all of the remaining things go into the try block, that is this one. Okay, my bad. All right, so yeah, so the next step is you're going to call the function right after we initialize it, that is over here. So I'm going to say check login status. So for the time being, I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, so save the file. So now we're gonna try logging in, right? So I'm gonna provide the email and password. So it should go through this function, and if at all we get the token, that is with the help of this this create token function inside of our index.js file, we will be navigated to the home screen. So let's give that a try. And this is my password. Okay, I'm gonna press on login, and there you go, we have come correctly to the home screen. Okay, so instead of navigation.navigate, I want it to be navigation.replace because we do not want to go back to the previous screen. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh the app and I'm going to uncomment the use effect so that if at all the token is present, I want to automatically come to the home screen, right? So I'm going to uncomment this one and I'm going to refresh the app once. Okay, and I'm going to press on I again. Firstly, let's save the file. So let's press on I. So as soon as the app opens, it checks for some time and it automatically takes me to the home screen. I think it should be navigation.replace. Okay, use effect doesn't exist. So let's import use effect from React, save the file. Okay, why is that? Yes, I have imported use effect from React. The spelling is right. Okay, let's refresh the app and open it up once again. Okay, so as you can see, we have come to the home screen because of course the token is present. So we are currently in the home screen. Okay, so now we are done with two implementations, that is the login screen as well as the register screens. Both of them are working absolutely fine and even the backend is working good. So the next step is I'm going to create, let's say, 3 dummy users or random users so that we can test for further functionalities. Okay, so I'm going to create 3 users and then come back. Okay guys, so I've just created 3 random users inside of my backend. So let's go check out in MongoDB once. So over here, as you can see inside my users collection, apart from my profile, there are 3 others I've created. This is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. Okay, so now let's come back into our home screen.js, and the next step is we're going to style the header part of the home screen. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to make use of the use layout effect. So I'm going to say use layout effect like this, and the syntax is going to be similar to use effect, and I'm going to provide empty dependency array to it. And let's import use layout effect from React and not from that dependency. Okay, so first I'm going to initialize my navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So let's import use navigation from React navigation / native. So inside my use layout effect, firstly I'm going to say navigation dot set options. So firstly I'm going to say header title. So it's going to be empty because I want the header title to come towards the left part of the screen, that is the left part of the header. Okay, so I'm going to say header left. So this in turn is going to take in a function, and over here I'm going to return our text attribute. So this is going to be the name of the app. In my case, I'm going to say Swift Chat. You can give any chat name you're interested in. Okay, so let's save the file. Navigation does not exist. Okay, I don't know why it's not reading, because I've defined it over here. Okay, spelling, wrong spelling. Navigation. All right. So let's log in again. Okay, I've actually commented out the user fact. So for that reason, we need to log in again. Okay, so save the file. So the next thing after header left is we're going to provide header right as such. So this also is going to take in our icons towards the right. Okay, so first let's comment this down and let's see why exactly we're not able to see it on the screen. Okay, so let's go into the stack navigator once. Okay, because we've given header shown as false, right? Let's remove that out. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now let's come back to our home screen and continue building up the right part of the header. So I'm going to say header right. So this is going to take in a view which is going to contain two icons. One is for the chat icon and second one is the people icon. So let's get the icons real quick. So I'm going to head over to export.icons.fyi. The first link, search for chat ellipse or just chat. Okay, so we're going to use this one, chat box ellipse outline. So firstly, import the icon family into the home screen and just copy that into component code, and we're going to paste it over here. So this is the first one. So the second one is the people outline icon. Okay, so I'm going to choose this one from material icons. So just import the icon family once, copy this out. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, we are able to see the icons. So now I'm going to give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to say a flex direction of row and then align items with center. Okay, and I'm going to give it a gap of, let's say, 8 between two of the icons, and I'm going to save the file. Okay, that's looking better. So the next thing is you're going to style out the text that contains Swift chat. So I'm going to say style. I wanted to give a font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So the next thing we're going to look into is we're going to create a user context, basically to store the user ID so that we can access the user ID in any point of our application. Okay, so I'm going to open up my file tree. Okay, I'm going to create a user context file. So I'm going to say user context.js, just like this. And over here, I'm going to start defining my context. So firstly, we need access to create context. Okay, and we need access to even use state as well. So let's import both of them from React like this. All right, so after this, I'm going to initialize my user type. So I'm going to say const user type equals to, I'm going to call my create context function just like this. And after that, I'm going to define my user context equals to an arrow function. This in turn is going to take in all of the children like this. Okay. So over here, I'm going to define my state. So before that, I'm going to return the provider. So it's going to be user type dot provider. So this in turn is going to take in all of the children that we are defining over here. Okay, so I just need access to two things, that is the user ID and the set user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use state, and initially it's gonna be empty, so I'm just passing an empty string over here. Okay, so now this provider is going to take in something known as the value, where we can pass all of these values. So I'm going to say value, it's going to be user ID and then set user ID. All right, so the next thing is we're going to pretty much export the values. So I'm going to say export both the user type as well as the user context. Okay, so after this we're gonna pretty much import the user context into our main app.js so that all of these values can be accessible in any point of our application. So let's head over to app.js. So over here I'm going to import my user context. Okay, import that from the user context file just like this, and put the stack navigator inside it. Okay, so I'm going to save the file. All right, so let's log in again. Okay, so the next step is we're gonna go into the home screen. Firstly, let's access the ID. So I'm gonna say const destructure the value user ID comma set user ID. We can access this with the help of the use context hook. Okay, so I'm gonna initialize that over here. That is use context. So we need to provide the context with which we have created it. So that is gonna be user type. So I'm gonna say const user type. Okay, import that as well from the user context file just like this, and save the file. Okay, use context does not exist, so let's import use context from React. I'm going to go into my login screen and then uncommand the user fact so that I need not log in again and again. So just uncomment this, save the file, save the home screen as well. Okay, as you can see we are coming correctly to the home screen. So the next step is we are going to show the list of users that are enrolled in this particular app. Okay, so to do that, firstly we're going to write an endpoint for that, and we need to write it in such a way that if the person is you who are logged in as the user, then you should not show that person's profile, right? So we have to write it in that way. So firstly over here inside my index.js, I'm going to say endpoint to access all the users except the user who is currently logged in. All right, so over here I'm going to say app.get. This time I'm going to make use of the get method. Okay, so here the endpoint is going to be /users, and we're going to access all of the users with the help of the unique user ID. So I'm going to say user ID, and of course it's going to take in the callback with the request as well as the response. Okay, so firstly I need access to the logged in user ID, correct? So for that I'm going to say const logged in user ID equals to request.params.user. Okay, so previously if you would remember, we were using something known as request.body, right? So basically requested body is a kind of object containing data that is used to send in a post request, whereas here we are using something known as request.params.user. Okay, so when a request is basically made to a root with a root parameter, so let's say we have over here users and then user ID. So let's just imagine the user ID is going to be 123. So over here 123 is extracted from this particular URL and it is stored inside of request.params.user. So that's a basic difference between requested body and then request.params.user ID. Okay, so over here it's going to be requested.params.user ID, and after we get access to the logged in user, I'm going to access my model. I'm going to say user dot with the help of find method. I'm going to pass in the underscore ID. Okay, so over here I'm going to say dollar not includes basically the logged in user ID. So we are fetching all of the details of all of the users except the logged in user. Okay. So after that, I'm going to apply the dot then method. That's going to happen over here. So this in turn is going to give us the list of users, okay, that are enrolled in the app. And I'm going to send all of the users through the response. So for that, I'm going to say response.status of 200 dot send in JSON form of whatever the users are coming. All right. And if there is any errors while implementing this, I'm going to catch that. So I'm going to say catch of the error. Okay. So I'm just going to say console.log of a message which says error retrieving users, and just show me whatever is the error message. Okay. And I'm also going to send a status message. I'm going to say result.status of 500, and I'm going to pass in the message over here which says error retrieving users. Okay, I think that's it. So that's the endpoint to fetch all of the users except for the logged in users. Okay, so the next step is we're going to go into the front end part that is inside of our home screen, and we're going to initialize a function to fetch all of the users. Okay, so let's come back to the home screen, and I'm going to initialize a use effect for that. So I'm going to say use effect. So I wanted to run just once, so I'm just providing an empty dependency array. So let's import use effect from React as such, like this. All right, so inside the use effect, I'm gonna initialize my function. Let's say fetch users. So I'm gonna say const fetch users equals to, it's gonna be an async function like this. Okay, and I'm gonna say const token equals to, firstly let's get the token. So I think that's already done in the login screen. That is this one. So paste that over here. Let's import async storage as such. Okay, and after this, firstly I'm going to install a dependency that is jwt underscore decode with the help of yarn. So I'm going to say yarn add jwt decode. Okay, enter. Okay, let's check if it is installed. So inside the package.json, okay, it's not installed. So let's install it using npm okay. Okay, not installed again. Okay, my bad, I had it in the wrong spelling. It needs to be yarn add jwt hyphen decode, not underscore. Okay, so install that. As you can see, now it's being installed, and there you go, that has been installed. So let's come back to the home screen. Okay, so after setting up the token, I'm going to say const decoded token equals to jwt underscore decode. Okay, let's import that from the correct dependency. Okay, for this we're going to provide the token itself. So I'm going to import it right at the top. Okay, you can import it like this, and over here I'm going to say const user id equals to decoded token dot user id. So after doing this, we have access to, of course, set user id. So I'm going to set the value over here. So set user id of the user id itself. Okay, and after that I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios dot, we're going to make use of the get method now. Okay, so this is going to be the URL. Okay, and we need to go to the users, and we need to provide the user ID. So now I'll be making use of backticks instead of the normal strings. Okay, so that we can access the parameter that is the user ID. Okay, so after doing that, I'm going to apply the dot then method, which is going to give us the response in return. Okay, over here. So I'm going to say set, firstly let's initialize our state to hold the users. So I'm going to say const users comma set users equals to use state, and initially I'm going to provide an empty array because there can be a lot of users. Okay, so over here I'm going to say set users to be the response dot data, and if at all there is any error, we're going to catch it. I'm going to say catch of error console.log error retrieving users, and just show me whatever the error is. Okay, so let's call the function, and let's even console.log the users as well. Okay, so I'm going to call the function after we define it over here. So fetch users. So hopefully we should get 3 profiles because there are totally 4 profiles including me. Okay, so let's save the file. Okay, use state doesn't exist. Let's open up the console over here, and there you go. So we pretty much have 3 profiles over here. Okay, save the file once more. Okay, so this is the first one, second one, and then third one. Okay, so pretty much my profile is not being seen because we have implemented in that way over here inside of our index.js file. So with the help of all of this data, we're going to design the initial part of the home screen. Okay, so over here I'm going to say initialize a view. So this view is going to pretty much contain the map function where we're going to map through the users, and then we're going to return a separate component for each user. Okay, so I'm going to say users dot map. So for every item and the index, I want you to return a new component. So I'm going to create my first component inside my users inside my components folder. So I'm going to say user dot js rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So over here, let's pretty much import our user component from the components folder like this. Okay, so the key is going to be index, and I'm going to pass in some props. That's going to be the item itself that corresponds to all of this information that is coming from the response. So as soon as I save the file, you should be seeing 3 times user on the screen, right? So save the file. As you can see, there are 3 users currently, so you're seeing 3 times. Correct. So now let's come back to our home screen, the user.js file, and I'm going to remove this out. It's not required. And firstly, we're going to design the user.js. So I'm going to destructure the props over here. That is the item. Okay, so over here, instead of the normal view, I'm going to make use of a pressable. So I'm going to replace the pressable over here instead of the normal view. Alright, so inside the pressable, I'm going to initialize my first view, which is going to contain 2 things, which is going to contain basically the image. Let's import image from React Native as such. Okay, it's going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So to access the image, it's going to be item.image. Okay, so I'm going to say item.image. So let's give the style for the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to give it a specific width of 50 and a height of 50 and a border radius of 25 to make it look circular, and I'm going to give it a resize mode of cover. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see 3 users that are enrolled in the app. So I'm going to initialize my second view, which is going to contain 2 pieces of text over here. So the first one is going to be item.name, and the second one is going to be item.email. to access the email of that particular user. Okay, just like this. As you can see, that's working fine. So now we're gonna give the style for the pressable. So I'm gonna say style. It's gonna have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're gonna give it a bit of margin vertical of 10. Okay, that's looking fine. So now we're gonna give the style for the view. I'm gonna say style margin left of 12. Alright, so after this we have one more piece of design that is for the button. So I'm gonna say pressable. This is gonna have the text attribute, which is gonna say add friend. Okay, so for the pressable, I'm gonna give the style. So it's gonna have a background color of this color code, that is 567189. Okay, it's gonna have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a border radius of 6, and a width of, let's say, 105. All right, and the next thing we're gonna do is, for this I want the button to move towards the rightmost part. So for the second view, I'm just gonna say give it a flex of 1. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So now I'm gonna go back to my home screen, and over here I'm gonna give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, just like this. All right, so now let's come back over here, that is user.js, and for the text of add friend, I'm gonna say style text align of center and a color of white. Okay, and a font size of 13. Save the file. So yeah, white spelling is wrong. Yes, I think that's looking better. And for both of the text, I think for the bottom text, I'm gonna give it some margin top, let's say 4. Okay, I think that's looking nice. So for the second text, I think it should be in gray color. Let's try that out. Over here, I'm gonna give it a color of gray. Okay, that's looking fine. So for the top text, let's give it a font size of bold ones, and let's see how it looks. I mean, not font size, font weight. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. Okay, so we are done with the initialization of the home screen, that is by showing all of the users. So the next step that we'll be doing is we're gonna create more endpoints for sending the request, for accepting the request, and we're gonna design this as well, that is a friend screen as well as the chat screen. So firstly, let's define some endpoints to send a friend request to a particular person. So here I'm gonna say endpoint to send a request to a user. Okay, so I'm gonna say app.post. So it's gonna be /friend request. Okay, and it's gonna be a async function. It's gonna take in, of course, the request as well as the result. Okay, so firstly, to send a request, I need access to two things. That is the person who is sending the request, that is current user ID, and the person who is receiving the request, that is selected user ID. Okay, so I'm going to access that first. So I'm going to say const current user ID comma selected user ID equals to, it's going to be requested body. Okay, so now here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. Okay, if at all there is any error, I'm going to say result.send status of, let's say, 500. Okay, so firstly, inside the try block, what should we do if a user sends a request to another user? Correct. So firstly, I'm going to say we need to update the recipients, that means the person who is receiving the request, we need to update their friend requests array. Okay, that is, let's just check out the backend once over here. Okay, so we need to update this friend requests array. Okay, that is the person who is receiving it, we need to update that. And other than that, we need to also update, that's the second thing we need to do in the try block, we need to update even the senders sent friend requests array. Okay, we need to do two things. Firstly, update the recipients friend requests array, that is person who's receiving the request, and update the senders send friend requests array, that is person who is sending the request. Okay, so to do that, firstly I'm going to say await user access the modal, I'm going to say find by id and update, yeah, this method. So this is going to take in the selected user id, that is the person who is receiving the request. Okay, so I want to go into that particular information in the backend, and over there I need to push some details. Okay, so basically I'm targeting the friend. Okay, so let's check the correct spelling. I think I've given the wrong spelling. Okay, so it needs to be IE, I've given EI, so I need to copy this out. Okay, so I'm going to update this one. So friend requests. Okay, so here I'm going to add the current user ID. This means I'm just adding the ID of the person who has sent the request, right? So format once. Okay, that's the first part, that is updating the recipient's friend request array. So the next part we're going to say await user dot, again the same method, find by id and update. So here we are targeting the current user who is sending the request, so it's going to be current user id. Okay, so here what we're going to do is we're going to target a different thing. Here also we're going to push it, I'm going to say $push. So previously we targeted the friend requests of the person who is receiving the request, so here we need to target the send friend requests of the person who is sending it, right? So let's copy the correct spelling and paste it over here. Okay, so here we need to add the ID of the person we sent the request to, that is going to be selected user ID, correct? So I'm going to say selected user ID, that's it. Okay, we are just adding IDs into the friend requests as well as the sent friend requests. Okay, so after that I'm going to say result.send status of 200, which is a success. Okay, so I'm going to save the file. So now let's come back into the front-end part, that is where we have the add friend button inside our user.js file. Okay, so to the pressable I'm going to initialize the onPress event. Okay, so here I'm going to say not handle, it's going to say send friend request. Okay, so this is going to take in two parameters, one is the user ID and one is the person we are sending it to. Okay, so anyway we have access to user ID, I just need to copy that down with the help of the use context hook, that is this one. Okay, paste that inside of your user.js file. Make sure you import use context as well as the user type. Like this. Okay, And over here for the function, the first parameter is going to be user ID. Alright, after this the second parameter is going to be the person whom I'm sending to. Of course that is present in the props, right? So to access it, it's going to be item dot underscore ID, because that's what is there over here, right? So I'm going to say item dot underscore ID. So this is the ID of the person who's receiving the friend request. Okay, so the next step is I'm going to define this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const send friend request equals to async function. So this is going to take in the parameters, that is receive the parameters. It's going to be current user ID and the selected user ID, that is a person who is receiving the request. Okay, so first over here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So over here firstly I'm going to say console.log of whatever is the error message. Okay, so over here inside the try block I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to make use of the fetch method and I'm going to pass in the URL. So it's going to be http localhost and it's going to be 8000, and the endpoint is going to be / friend request. Let's copy the correct spelling, that is this one. Okay, and this is going to have some details. Firstly the method, it's going to be post, and we're going to pass in the headers. Okay, it's going to be content type application /JSON, and after that we're going to provide the body. Over here I'm going to say body, it's going to be JSON dot stringify of course these two values, that is current user ID as well as the selected user ID. Alright, so after doing this I'm going to say if at all we get a response dot okay. Okay, so now I'm going to initialize some state over here at the top. So firstly I'm going to say const request sent comma set request sent. So initially it's going to be false. Okay, so if at all the response is okay, I'm going to say set request sent to be true. Alright, that's it. So let's save the file. User does not exist. Let's import that out. Okay, so we are currently not looking into the UI of the button, that is if whether it is add friend or friends or request send. We'll look into that at the later part of the video. So currently we are just checking out if it's exactly working or not. Okay, so now if I press on the send request button, okay, so let's see what exactly is going to happen. So I'm logged in with my current account, so I'm going to press the add button over here for the first user. Okay, nothing has gone wrong. So hopefully let's go check out our backend. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this once. So first let's check my information that is inside the send friend requests. Okay, so as you can see there is an object ID. Okay, so the person I sent to was the first person. Okay, so let's check out that profile. Okay, as you can see this is the object ID, that is 7263. So the same thing is there over here. So over here inside this person's I need to check the friend requests of this person, that is this one. So over here my ID should be present because I'm the person who sent the request, right? So it should be 7F44. So let's check that out. So as you can see my ID is there inside of the friend requests of this particular person because she has received my request. I'm the person who sent the request to her. Okay, so now that's working absolutely fine. We'll look into the UI part in the later part as I told. Next step is we're going to create a screen to handle and see all of the friend requests. Okay, so I'm going to say screens, new file, friends screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. So now I'm going to include this screen into my stack navigate over here. Okay, so the name is going to be friends and the component is going to be friends screen. Okay, import friend screen from the screens folder like this. Okay, and save the file. So we're going to come back to the home screen over here and we're going to initiate an on press event on this particular icon, that is the people icon over here in the use layout effect. I'm going to say on press initialize a function. I'm going to write navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. That's going to be friends. Save the file. So let's give it a try. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the friends screen. So over here, we are going to show all of the friend requests of that particular person. Okay, so now I'm going to go into my login screen. Okay, or before that, I'm going to, write the endpoint for showing all of the friend requests of a particular user. So let's head over to my index.js file. Okay, so I'm going to say endpoints to show all the friend requests of a particular user. Okay, so here I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be / friend request, and it's going to take in, of course, the ID of a particular user. So I'm going to say user ID. Okay, and it's going to take in the async function along with the callback, that is with the request as well as response. Here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. Okay, firstly catch of error. I'm going to say console.log of whatever the error is, and after that result.status of 500.json with any random message. Let's say internal server error, something like this. So inside the try block, firstly I need access to the user ID of that particular person, right? So I'm going to say const user ID is going to be request.params. All right, and after that we're going to say fetch the user document based on the ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model user.find by ID. I'm going to use this method, find by ID. This is going to take in, of course, the user ID. So it's going to find the document based on the user ID, and I'm going to use the populate method. Okay, so I need access to the friend requests, right? So let's access the correct spelling. So it's going to be this one. So I'm going to copy that out and I'm going to paste it over here. And I need access to the name, image, as well as the email of that particular person. So I'm going to say, give me the name, email, as well as the image. Okay, then I'm going to say .lean. All right, that's it. So after that, I'm going to write const friend requests equals to user dot friend requests, that is this one. Okay, user.friend requests, and I'm gonna send this inside the result. I'm gonna say result.json of the friend requests. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file once, and let's head over to the front end part, that is into our friend screen, and initiate an on-press event. I mean, not an on-press event, a use effect to fetch all of the users. I mean, to fetch all of the friend requests of that particular user that is over here. So before I do that, I'm going to go into my login screen. Okay, and I'm going to comment this out because I need to log in as the other person, because the other person has received the request from me. So I'm going to comment this out, and then I'm going to refresh the app and open it up again. Okay, so for the email, I'm going to write in the email as well as the password. So login. Okay, so now let's go into the friend screen over here, and now let's come back to the friend screen in our code, and I'm going to initialize a use effect first. Okay, so here I'm going to define my function. Let's import use effect from React. So I'm going to say fetch friend requests like this. Okay, I'm going to define the function over here. So const fetch friend requests equals to async. So here firstly I'm going to initialize my try catch block again. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log error message with that particular error. So inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my response equals to await. I'm going to make use of Axios. So let's import Axios from Axios like this with the help of get method. Okay, let's write in the URL. It's going to be http localhost 8000, and the endpoint is going to be, let's copy the correct spelling. So let's head over to the index.js file, that is this one, friend request. Okay, let's come back to our friend screen. Okay, so let's basically make use of backticks over here, and after this we need access to the user ID, right? So that is present inside of a home screen. Copy that out and then import use, let's remove this, import use context and user type as well, just like that. And after that over here I'm gonna access that particular user ID. Okay, so here after doing that I'm going to say if at all the response dot status equals to 200, that means we are in the correct direction. So I'm going to say const friend requests data equals to response dot data. I'm going to map over it first. Okay, get all of the friend requests. So for each of it I need access to the ID. It's going to be friend requests dot ID. Let it be singular, so friend request dot ID, and I need access to the name. It's going to be friend request dot name. Also access to the email. it's going to be friend request dot email, and finally access to the image, it's going to be friend request dot image. And after doing that, I'm going to access my state first over here. So I'm going to say const friend requests comma set friend requests equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty array. So let's import use state from React as such, like this. And after getting all of this details, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the friend requests, that is basically this value, to that particular data, that is friend request data, this one. Okay, I think that's it. So we can save the file and we can console.log the friend requests over here. So I'm going to say console.log of the friend requests. Okay, so I think use state, use context, use effect has been imported, and yep, let's pretty much save the file. As you can see, we have one object inside of the friend requests array, that is me, because I've sent a request to this particular person. Okay, not sure why this is undefined over here, that is friend request.id. so let's check the spelling once. Oh, okay, my bad, it should be ._id. Okay, let's refresh and save the file. As you can see, my ID is there. Okay, so with the help of this, we're going to design the friends screen over here. So firstly, let's come into the return block, and over here I'm going to say first, if at all the friend requests dot length is greater than 0, then I'm going to show a text attribute saying friend requests or your friend requests. Okay, so let's remove this out, that's not required. Save the file. So as you can see, your friend requests, that's working fine. So we're going to give some padding to the outer view. So I'm going to say give it some padding of 10, some internal spacing, and some margin horizontal of, let's say, 12. Okay, that's looking better. So after that, I'm going to create my new component. In my components folder, I'm going to say friend request.js. So RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. So over here, I'm going to map over my friend requests. Firstly, I'm going to apply the condition, that is, if at all the friend requests dot length is greater than 0, okay, or I think let's remove this out. We can just directly map over it, then only it's going to show us the required details, right? So I'm going to say friend requests dot map, so for each and every item and the index. Okay, I'm going to return a new friend request component for each of it. Import the friend request component from the components folder, like this. Okay, and I'm going to provide it the key, it's going to be the index, and I'm going to pass in the item as well, it's going to be item. Okay, and after that, I'm going to pass in my friend requests too. Friend requests, it's going to be friend requests, and I'm also going to pass set friend requests, it's going to be set friend requests. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, currently we have one friend request, that is me. I've sent the friend request. So as you can see, it's only showing us the component for one time. Okay, so now let's go design the friend request component inside over here. Firstly, let's access the required things, that is item friend requests as well as the set friend requests. Let's copy the correct exact spelling. Okay, so firstly I'm going to make use of a pressable instead of a normal view. So I'm going to say pressable. So let me import pressable, let me use pressable instead of the normal view. So firstly, inside the pressable, I'm going to have my image tag. Import image from React Native. Image in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be item.image. So let's give the style for the image. I'm going to give it a width of 50, a height of 50, and border radius of 25. Okay, so after the image, I'm going to have my text attribute. I'm going to say item.name sent you a friend request. Okay, and after that, I'm going to initialize my pressable button, which has a text attribute which says accept. So let's give the styling for the pressable. I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is 0066B2. I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10 and a slight border radius of 6. And for the text, I'm going to give the styling. I'm going to give it a text align of center, and I'm going to give it a color of white. I'm going to import pressable. It's already imported. Image is there. So let's save the file. So as you can see, Sujan sent you a friend request. That's working correctly. So now I'm going to give the styling for the outermost pressable. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. And I'm going to give it some margin vertical because there can be many requests. So margin vertical of 10. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now we need to style up the text, that is this one. So I'm going to give the style to this. So I'm going to say firstly font size of 15 and font weight of bold. Okay, I think that's looking better. And I'm going to give it a flex of 1 to the text, so the button moves to the rightmost part. Okay, that's actually not looking good. Also, I'm going to give it a margin left of 10 and a flex of 1. Okay, yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so yeah, that's looking absolutely fine. So we have made the implementation to send a friend request to a particular person, and the person can also view the friend requests inside the friend screen, right? So the next step is we're gonna create an on-press event on the accept button. So if at all the friend accepts, if at all this person accepts my friend request, then only we can chat with each other. So firstly, we are gonna write again an endpoint to accept the friend request for a particular person. So let's head over to the index.js file. So here I'm going to say endpoint to accept a request of a particular person. So here I'm going to say app.post. So the endpoint is going to be a friend request and / accept. Okay, so this is going to be a async function, which in turn is going to take in, of course, the request and then the response. Okay, so while accepting the request, I need access to two things. One is the sender's ID and the second thing is the recipient ID. So let's get access to it. So I'm going to say const sender ID comma recipient ID equals to request dot body. All right, so after doing this, I need access to the user documents of both the sender as well as the receiver. So I'm going to say retrieve the documents of sender and the recipient. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say const sender equals to await user dot find by id. Anyhow, we have access to the sender's id, so I'm going to pass in sender id over here. Okay, so with the help of this, we can get access to the sender's document. So similarly, I'm going to do that for recipient. So it's going to be await user dot find by id of the recipient id. All right, so after this, so let's say, so currently I'm logged in through the girl's account and I have sent a friend request over here, as you can see. So if at all she accepts my friend request, then what is going to be the relationship, right? She's going to be my friend, and also on the other hand, I'm going to be her friend. So what we need to do is inside the backend, let's go and check out the backend ones over here. So inside the friends list of both of the users, we need to add each other. So inside my friends list, she's gonna come, and inside hers friends list, I'm gonna come. That is pretty much we're just gonna add the ID of one another's into the friends list of both of the users. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So over here, after fetching the documents of both of the users, I'm gonna say recipient, or first let's do it with the sender. I'm going to say sender dot friends, access the friends array, that is this one, go into that particular array. Okay, and I'm going to say dot push of the recipient ID. Okay, after that I'm going to say recipient dot friends dot push of the sender's ID. Okay, so after doing this, what we need to do is we need to check for the send friend requests. Okay, so I'm the person who sent the request. So after she accepts my request, I need to filter this out. Okay, otherwise again the request is going to be seen inside the friend screen. And after doing that, after she accepts the request, in her user document over here inside the friend requests, I need to filter this out because she's already accepted the request. Okay, so to do that, what I'm going to do is, after doing this, I'm going to say recipient dot access the friend requests. Okay, and then we're going to say equals to recipient dot friend requests dot filter. I'm going to make use of the filter method, and for the request over here, I'm going to say request dot, firstly after converting it into toString, it should not be equal to the sender ID dot toString. Okay, there you go. So by doing this, we are filtering out that particular ID after they have accepted our request. So after that, we need to also make changes in the sender's send friend requests array. So to do that, I'm going to say sender dot send friend requests equals to sender dot send friend requests dot filter. Okay, so for each request, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say request dot toString should not be equal to the recipient ID dot toString. In this case, it's going to be recipient ID. Okay, so okay, I think the spelling is not right over here because it should be the same one over here. Okay, that's looking better. So now what we need to do is, I think there is the spelling mistake for this one. It should be this one, FREIND instead of IE. So I'm going to say recipient dot friend requests equals to recipient dot friend requests. Okay, yeah, so by doing this, the IDs get filtered out and you would not be seeing this particular request once it's been accepted by that particular user. Okay, I think wrong spelling again. It should be friend requests, right? I forgot the S. So friend requests. So friend requests. All right, so save the file. Okay, we still have that 3 dots, not sure why. Okay, friend requests may not exist on the document, is it? But I've written it as friend requests, right? But let's look into this. Yeah, I think now it's looking better. Okay, so save the file. So now let's make the changes inside the front end. So before doing that, I'm going to send the response. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say await sender dot save. We're pretty much going to save that particular document after making the change, and I'm going to say await recipient dot save. After that, I'm going to write result dot status of 200. Okay, dot JSON with a message. I'm going to say friend request accepted successfully. So if at all there is any errors, so firstly let's put this inside of a try catch block. So catch of error, firstly console.log the error, and after that I'm going to say result dot status of 500. Okay, internal server error. So let's put all of this inside of the try block, that is this one, even this one as well. So put that over here. Okay, and save the file. So now let's come back to the front end part, that is to the button where we have the accept. That is over here. Okay, so I'm going to create an on press function on the accept over here. So I'm going to say on press equals to, it's going to be accept request of basically the item dot underscore ID. Okay, so this is the ID of the person who's receiving the request, right? So here I'm going to define the function, that is const accept request equals to a async function. All right, so over here firstly it's going to take in the friend request ID that we just passed, so it's going to say friend request ID. So here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error. So for now I'm just going to say console.log error accepting the friend request, and just show me the error. So inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000 / friend request. Let's copy the correct spelling. Let's come back to index.js. So let's copy this out, and inside the friend request that is over here. I'm just gonna paste it. Okay, so this is gonna be a method of post. So let's write that out. And headers is gonna be content type application / JSON. And next we're gonna give the body, where we need to pass two things, that is the sender's ID and the receiver's ID. So body is gonna be, okay, we do not need that object. So body JSON.stringify, we need to send the sender ID. It's gonna be the friend request ID, and the recipient ID is gonna be the user ID who has sent the request to this particular account. Okay, so let's access the user ID. So let's head over to home screen, copy this out and paste it over here. Import use context and the user type. Let's import user type as well. Okay, that's good. So now if at all the response is okay, that means the user has successfully accepted our request. So that means what I need to do is, so even in the front end part also we need to clear this out. Okay, currently we are just doing that in the backend. So for the front end part, we of course have access to the set friend requests, right? With the help of that, we're gonna clear this out. So I'm gonna say set friend requests, that is coming from the props. Okay, when we mapped over it, we have passed two informations, that is friend requests as well as set friend requests. So here I'm going to say set friend requests of access the friend requests, and I'm going to apply the filter method to it. Friend requests, apply the filter method, and for every request, the request dot underscore ID should not be equal to the friend request ID. Okay, by doing this one gets filtered out in the front end as well as in the back end when we press on the accept button. So after doing this, I need the user to navigate to the chat where they can start chatting with the other user. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create a new screen over here. So let's say it's going to be chat screen.js rnfes to get the short and snippet. And now let's include this screen into our stack navigator. So here I'm going to say stack.screen, name is going to be chats, and component is going to be chat screen. Let's import chat screen from the screens folder like this. Okay, save the file. Let's come back to our friend request.js file, and after filtering out this particular friend request, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say firstly initialize navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation. Import that out. Okay. And after doing this, I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the chat. So format it once. Okay, save the file. Yeah, so now if I press on accept, if everything works correctly, we need to be navigated to the chat screen. So let's give that a try. So accept. Okay, then action navigate with payload of object is, do you have a screen named chat? Okay, let's look into where we have gone wrong. Okay, that's going to be chats, right? So let's do one thing over here. Let's come back to the friend request over here, and I'm going to say chats. So save the file. Okay, currently it would not go because I have already accepted the friend request, and as you can see, the friend request is gone. So currently if I you can actually manually go over here and check the chats. So we can actually manually check in the backend as well if everything is worked out correctly. So let's head over to the backend, refresh once. Okay, so let's check the friends of both of the user documents. So let's check the friends of this user document. As you can see, my ID is there, that is 7F44. That is my ID, 7F44. And inside my friends, this ID should be there, that is 7263. So as you can see, we have that ID 7263. Okay, so similarly, we can navigate to the chat screen automatically after pressing on the accept button, right? So over here inside the chat screen, so let's also initialize on press event on this icon and head over to the chat screen. So for that, let's come back to our home screen first over here, and I'm gonna say const, navigation is already initialized, so let's just initialize on press event on the iron icon. So here I'm gonna say navigation dot navigate to the chat screen. Okay, so let's go over here. So as you can see, we are coming exactly to the chat screen. So here we need to get the accepted friends of that particular user, and then we can chat with that particular user. Okay, so I think that's working absolutely fine. So we have implemented how to accept the friend request of that particular user, and then we are filtering out the friend request as well as the send friend requests of both of the user in the backend, right? So after that, we're also filtering out in the front end also, that is the friend requests. And now we are coming to the chat screen. So in the chat screen, mainly firstly we need to access the set of users whom we are friends with so that we can chat with them. Okay, so the next step is we're going to write some more endpoints inside of our index.js file, firstly to firstly to get all of the users inside the chat screen so that we can chat with them. So here I'm going to say endpoint to access all the friends of the logged in user. Okay, so here I'm going to say app, it's going to be a get method. So the endpoint I'm going to use is / accepted friends. Okay, / the user ID, that is whoever is logged in. Okay, after this I'm going to make use of async function. It's going to take in, of course, the request as well as the response. And over here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error. So firstly I'm going to say console.log of error, and after that I'm going to say result.status of 500.json. So here I'm going to pass in the message, let's say internal server error. So inside the try block, firstly I need access to this user ID, so that is there inside of my request.params. So let's restructure it. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params, and after that I'm going to make use of the user. So I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot find by ID of this particular user ID. Okay, after we find it, I'm just interested in the name, email and image, and I just want the friends array of that particular user. So I'm going to say dot populate. Okay, firstly I want access to the friends array, and over here I need access to name, email as well as the image. So after doing this, I'm going to say const accepted friends equals to, it's going to be user dot friends, right? And after that I'm going to send this result to the front end. I'm going to say result.json of accepted friends. So this will give us an array of the accepted friends of that particular user who is currently logged in. All right, I think that's it. So just save the file once. Okay, so now let's move on to the front end part, that is the chat screen, and there we're going to initialize the user fact over here. Okay, so firstly I'm going to initialize my state to hold all of the accepted friends. So here I'm going to say const accepted friends comma set accepted friends equals to use state, and initially I'm going to pass in an empty array because there can be more than one friend. All right, and over here I need access to my user ID as well as my navigation. So I'm going to copy this code that is for the user ID. So let's import my use context as well as the user type over here from the context file. And after this I need access to my navigation, so I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, import that as well. Now here I'm going to initialize my use effect. Okay, I just want it to run one time, so I'm just going to provide an empty dependency array to it. And over here I'm going to initialize my function, so I'm going to say const accepted friends or accepted friends list equals to, it's going to be an async function. So here also I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So firstly the catch of error, here I'm just going to say console.log error showing the accepted friends. Okay, and just tell me what exactly is that error. So just console.log that, and inside the try block firstly I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000. Okay, so /, let's just copy that spelling from the index.js file. There's accepted friends and the user ID that we have initialized. Okay, so instead of the normal strings I'm going to make use of backtext. Okay, so after the accepted friends I'm going to pass in basically this user ID. Okay, so I'm going to say user ID. So after doing this I need to convert it into JSON format first. So to do that I'm going to say const data equals to await response dot JSON, and if at all the response is okay, so I'm going to say if a response dot okay. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the accepted friends to that particular data. So I'm just going to copy this, so it's going to be of that particular data. All right, so that's it. So now next step is we're going to pretty much call this function after we initialize it over here. So I'm going to say accepted friends, accepted friends list, right? Okay, so let's just console.log the accepted friends. So basically my profile should be coming up in the console if everything we have done is right. So I'm going to say console.log friends, and over here I'm going to say accepted friends, just like this. And let us save the file once and check the console. Let's import use effect once over here, and yeah, I think we have done everything right. Okay, so let's save the file. Let's remove this out, that's not required. And okay, we have an error, use state is not present. Okay, so let's import use state as well, save the file. So again let's sign in with this account. I'm gonna write the password. Okay, so let's head over to our chat screen, and hopefully we should be seeing my profile in the console. Okay, error showing the accepted friends. Okay, there's a JSON pass error, so let's look into where we've gone wrong. Okay, so let's look into the user fact firstly. Okay, so we are setting the correct data. Oh, okay, my bad, over here I've written 2 / instead of 1. Okay, let's remove that and save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see my profile inside of the friends array of this particular user. All right, so with the help of this we're going to design the a chat screen over here. Okay, so firstly I'm going to initialize my scroll view instead of the normal view. So I'm going to say scroll view, and I'm going to import I'm going to use the scroll view over here instead of the view. And for the scroll view, I'm going to give show vertical scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. Okay, and after that, firstly I'm going to initialize my pressable, import that from React Native, and we're going to use this one, that is the accepted friends, and we're going to map over it. Okay, so I'm going to say accepted friends dot map. So for each and every item and the index, I'm going to return a new component. Okay, so firstly I'm going to go into my components folder and create a new file. Let's say user chat .js and rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So let's come back to this part and let's import our user chat from the components folder like this. Okay, and for the user chat I'm gonna send the key as well as the item. So key of course is gonna be the index, and the item is gonna be item. Alright, so the next step is we're gonna style out the chat. So if I save the file, we should see user chat coming one time because we only have one friend. So in the user chat, let's firstly destructure the props, that is item. And over here, firstly instead of the view, I'm gonna make use of a pressable. So let's write pressable over here and here as well. So the first thing over here is it's going to be the image. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to say image. So this is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So it's going to be item.image to access the image. So I'm going to say item.image. So let's give some style for the image. So it's going to have a width of 50, height of 50, and it's going to have a border radius of 25 to make it look circular. And I'm going to say resize mode to be cover. Let's import image from React Native as such. So after the image, we're going to have one more view that is going to contain the username. All right, so this is going to be a text attribute. So this text is going to say item.name. So below this text we're gonna show the last message. So currently I'm just gonna hard code it, so at the later part of the video we're gonna display the last message. Okay, so I'm gonna say last message comes here. So I'm gonna save the file once. So as you can see, my profile is being seen. So now I'm gonna give some styling to the outermost pressable over here. So I'm gonna say style. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, a gap of 10, and I'm going to give it a border width of 0.7, and I'm going to give it a border color of this color code, that is D0, D0, D0. Okay, and along with this I'm going to say border top width is going to be 0, border left width is going to be 0, and border right width also is going to be 0. Okay, we just want border bottom width, and along with this we have given the border color. Okay, and I'm going to give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10. So as you can see the border bottom width being applied, and even the container is looking better. So now I'm going to give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style, this is for the name actually. So I'm going to give it a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So 500. And for the last message we can give it a color of gray. So I'm going to give it some margin top as well, some margin top of 5, and it's going to have a color of gray. and a font weight of again 500. Okay, there you go, that's looking better. Okay, font weight 500. Okay, wrong spelling for this. Okay, so after this, towards the rightmost part, we are going to show the timing of the last message sent. So to do that, I'm going to say view. So this in turn is going to have the text attribute. So currently I'm just going to hard code any value. So let's say 3 p.m. something like this. Okay, after that we're going to make it look dynamic. So for the view, for the text, I'm going to give the styling. So I wanted to have a font size of 11 and it's going to have a font weight of, let's say, 400, and it's going to have a specific color of this color code 585858. So save the file. Okay, so now I want the timing to come towards the rightmost part. Okay, so I'm going to give the style for this view that is containing these two texts. So here I'm going to say style and I'm going to give it a flex of 1 so that time moves towards the rightmost part, as you can see. Okay, so let's decrease the margin top ones. Let's keep it to be 4 or 3. Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay, I think that's it. We have styled the first part. So the next step is, if at all we press on the pressable of any user chat, we need to navigate to the chat messages screen, so that we can chat with the user. Okay, so the next step is we're going to create a new screen, that is the chat messages screen. So I'm going to open up my file tree and go into my screens folder and create a new file. Let's say chat messages screen .js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, save the file and let's include this screen inside of our stack navigator. Okay, so over here I'm going to say stack.screen. Okay, name is going to be, let's say, messages, and component is going to be chat messages screen. Import that from the screens folder like this. Okay, so save the file. So now let's come back to our user chat.js file over here and let's create on press event over here. So over here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, import that from React navigation /native. Okay, so I'm going to say over here on press, here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate. Okay, so the name of the screen we passed was messages. Let's check that out once. Yeah, that's the correct one, messages. So here I'm going to provide information that is basically the recipient ID. So here I'm going to say recipient ID equals to, it's going to be item dot underscore ID. Okay, so here save the file and let's give it a try. So let's press on the first one. So as you can see, we are coming exactly into the messages screen. So over here we need to show the details of that particular user we are chatting with at the top, that is at the header. So before doing that, firstly I'm going to initialize some things inside of my chat messages screen, that is over here. Okay, so firstly I need access to scroll view. Okay, and after that I need access to the keyboard avoiding view, just like this. And instead of the normal view, I'm going to use the keyboard avoiding view. The same thing goes over here as well. All right, and after this, so let's remove the text first. So here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So for now I'm just going to give a comment saying that all the chat messages go over here. Okay, so for the keyboard avoiding view, I'm going to give some style. So I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and a background color of this color code. Okay, so after that, firstly, I'm gonna initialize my bottom part, that is for the text input field where we can send the message. So that's gonna come right after the scroll view. So I'm gonna initialize a view for that. Okay, so the first thing towards the left part is the emoji icon where we can send the emojis. Okay, so let's get that icon from Expo icons over here. So let's just search for emoji. Okay, I'm going to use this one. So firstly, import the icon family over here and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here, the first thing inside the view. So after this, towards the right, we have the text input field coming up. So let's import text input from React Native. Okay, and we're going to give it a placeholder saying saying type your message. Okay, so this is going to say type your message. And for the place, so I mean for the text input, I'm going to give some style. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, and I'm going to give it a specific height of, let's say, 40, and I'm going to give it a border width of 1, and a border color of this color code. All right, and I'm going to give it a border radius as well to make it look circular. So I'm going to say border radius of 20 and some padding horizontal of, let's say, 10. Okay, so let's save the file once. Okay, let's import text input. So text input. Okay, and save the file. Okay, nothing seems to appear. So firstly, yeah, as you can see, there is the emoji icon at the bottom part. So firstly, let's style out the outermost view so that we can see something on the screen. So I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. All right, and I'm going to give it some padding horizontal as well. Padding horizontal of, let's say, 10, and I'm going to give it a padding vertical also of 10, and I'm going to give it a border top width of 1, and I'm going to give it the same border color I've given earlier. Okay, it needs to be border top color because we're only applying the border top width. So I'm going to say border top color is going to be this color code. So you can check out the styles for this. Okay, and I'm going to give the margin bottom as well. Margin bottom is going to be 25. All right, so let's save the file once. So as you can see, we are able to see a clean and better text input. Okay, so now for the end typo icon, I'm going to give some style. It's almost touching the text input. So over here, I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it some margin right of, let's say, 5. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So now after the text input, we have 2 more icons. One is the icon to send the message. So that's going to be the camera icon. So let's get that out. So let's search for camera over here. So I'm going to choose that from let's say in typo itself, this one. So that's already imported. So just copy the render component code, and I'm going to paste it right after the text input. Okay, so I'm going to save the file. So this is going to have a color of gray. Okay, so now the next thing is I'm going to initialize my next send button so that we can send the message. That's going to come right after this one. So I'm going to say pressable. So this is going to have a text which says send. Okay, pressable does not exist, so let's import pressable. Okay, let's log in one more time. Let's go to the chat. Okay, so here Also, I think I forgot to put one more icon, that is the mic icon. So let's go choose that. So here I'm going to search for mic. So let us choose this one, let's say from feather. So the first step is import the icon family, and I'm going to paste it right here, and I'm going to copy the render component code, and I'm going to paste it after or before. I think let's paste it after. Okay, so let's put this inside a view basically, and we're going to give the style for the view. So we're going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I also want to give it a gap of, let's say, 7 between the icons. So even the color of this is gonna be a gray. Okay, I think that's looking better. And for the view, I'm gonna give it some margin horizontal of, let's say, 8. Okay, I think that's looking nice. So now the next step is we're gonna style the send button. So we're gonna give the style for the pressable over here. So I'm gonna say style. So basically this is gonna have a specific background color. So of this color code, that is 007 BFF. Okay, so for this we're gonna give some padding vertical of, let's say, 8 and padding horizontal of 12. I'm going to give it a border radius of 20 to make it look circular, and I'm going to give it a bit of spacing towards the left, that is margin left of 10. So I'm going to format once and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now I think, let's remove the margin horizontal of 8, because even this we are giving, and we're giving this also, that is margin left. So let's remove any one of them. Okay, I think that looks better. So for the text, we're going to give it a color of white and a font weight of bold. So I'm going to say color, it's going to be white, and the font weight is going to be bold. Yes, I think that's looking better. Okay, so even let's give the color of gray to this emoji icon. So that's going to happen over here. So instead of black, it's going to be gray. Alright, so the next step is we're going to install a dependency, so that if at all we press on the emoji icon, we should see that emoji coming up, so that we can select any emoji we want. Alright, so over here I'm going to say yarn add React native emoji selector. Okay, just like this. So let's press on enter. Okay, so that has been installed. So the next step is we're going to initialize the state to check whether the emoji is open or not. Okay, so over here I'm going to say const show emoji selector comma set show emoji selector. So in the initial state, of course, it's going to be false, right? So now I'm going to initialize the on press event on this particular emoji icon, that is over here. So I'm going to say on press, it's going to be handle emoji press. So let's define this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle emoji press. So here I'm just gonna set it to be true. So I'm gonna say set show emoji selector to be the opposite of show emoji selector. So if it is true, I'm gonna make it false. If it is false, I'm gonna make it as true. Alright, so with the help of this state, so currently it is false. So if at all I press on this, it becomes true. And I'm gonna access this value, that is show emoji selector, right after the view. That's gonna be over here. Okay, so over here I'm gonna say if at all we have the show emoji selector selected, that means we need to show that particular component. Okay, so let's pretty much import emoji selector from the dependency we installed, that is React Native emoji selector. Import it like this. Okay, so it is basically a self-enclosing component. So for the emoji selector, I'm going to give it a specific height. You can give how much ever you want. So in my case, I'm going to give it a height of 250. Height of 250. And there is a method known as onEmoji selected. Okay, so what would happen if you select any emoji? So that should be present inside of a text input, right? So before we include that method, firstly, let's access our message state. So here I'm going to say const message comma set message equals to use state. So initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's go to the text input and provide the value to it. So over here I'm going to say value. Of course it's going to be whatever the user is typing, that is stored inside of state message, and there is a method known as on change text, where we keep on updating whatever the user is typing inside of the text input. So this in turn is going to take in the state, and over here I'm going to say set the message to be whatever the user is typing, that is the text itself. Okay, so format it once, save the file. Okay, use state doesn't exist, so let's import use state. I guess again we need to log in once. Okay, I think I need to uncomment that use effect in the login screen. So let's go into the chat screen. Okay, so the next step is, if at all we press on this thing, okay, we're going to show this thing. Yeah, we're showing this, and we're going to include that method, that is on emoji selected. So let's format once, and over here I'm going to say on emoji selected. So this is actually going to give us the emoji that is selected. So I'm going to say emoji. So in this case, what we need to do, we need to pretty much set the message, right? So here I'm going to say set the message. So in case there is any previous message already selected, so let's say you type in hello, and after hello you want to enter any emoji. So firstly we need to access the previous image that is stored inside of the set image. So include that, include whatever is there in the previous message, and also along with it I need to add my emoji that is selected. That's going to come from this function. Okay, so let's write that correctly. Okay, it is correct. So save the file. So format once. Okay, so hopefully I think the text input is set up correctly. Okay, so message and set message, all right. So if at all I press on this thing, that is this emoji icon, it should become true, and hopefully we should be seeing the emoji selector. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, we are able to see emojis over here. So if at all I press on any of the emoji, that should be present inside of my text input. So as you can see, that's working fine. So now if at all I want to close it, I'm going to pretty much press on this, and that automatically gets closed. Okay, so one more small change which we need to make is regarding the margin bottom, that is over here. So if at all my show emoji is open, that is if at all that is opened, I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 0, else I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 25. Okay, save the file, and that looks better. Okay, so the next step you're going to look into is we're going to create an endpoint to store all of the messages typed by two users in that particular chat room. So let's do that. So firstly, let's head over to my index.js file, that is over here. Okay, so over here I'm going to say endpoint to post messages and store it in the backend. So here I'm going to write app.post. So it's going to be /messages. Okay, so firstly I'm going to initialize my upload over here, that is for the uploading of image files. Okay, I'm going to paste that over here. That is just for the image files. For the text messages we can do that directly. So here I'm going to say upload.single of the image file. So this also is going to be an async method taking the request as well as the response. So here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm firstly going to say console.log of error, and I'm going to say result.status of 500 and internal server error. So firstly, inside my try block, I need access to my sender ID, recipient ID, and the type of message being sent, whether it is an image message or whether it is a normal text message. And if it's a text message, I need access to the message text. So I'm going to say const sender ID, comma, recipient ID, comma, message type. Okay, message type, comma, our message text, whatever it is, equals to request.body. Okay, so firstly I'm going to say const new message equals to, we have already imported the message model, okay, from the models folder, that is this one, right? So we're going to make use of that now. So I'm going to say const new message equals to a new message, create a new message for me with all of this related information, that is the sender ID and the recipient, okay, wrong spelling, sender ID, the recipient ID, and the message type and the message text. Okay, we also need access to the timestamp. So I'm going to say timestamp is going to be a date, I mean new date, and after that it's going to be the image URL. If at all the message type equals to image, then only this is going to get filled up, that is image URL. If the message type is, let's say, text, then this is going to be null. Okay, so format once and save the file. All right, so the next thing is we're going to send the status, right? So here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json. I'm going to give a message which says a message sent successfully. Okay, so that's the first endpoint to send the messages if at all we press on the send button. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write the endpoint to get the details of the particular user we are chatting with, so that we can design the header part. Okay, here I'm going to say endpoint to get the user details to design the chat room header. So this is going to be a get method. So I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be /user / the user ID. Okay, and it's going to be a async method, which is going to take in the callback with the parameters, that is request as well as the response. So firstly, I'm going to initialize my try catch block over here. Okay, so firstly, it's going to take in the error, and I'm going to say console.log of error and result.status of 500 internal server error. Okay. So inside the try block, of course, I need access to the user ID. We have already sent the user ID from the chat to the chat room. So it's going to be user ID equals to request dot params, just like this. And I'm going to say fetch the user data from the user ID. So here I'm going to write const recipient ID equals to await. I'm going to make use of the user model dot find by ID, make use of that method and pass this particular user ID, just like this. Okay, so after that, pretty much send that result in the response. Okay, so I'm going to say result.json of the recipient ID. Okay, that's it. So with the help of this, we can pretty much track the information of that particular user, and then we can design the header part over here. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is fetching all of the messages between two users, that is all the conversations between them. Okay, so firstly we had done with the help of post method, that is to push the message to the backend. So now we'll be making use of the get method to get the conversations between two users. So I'm going to say endpoint to fetch the messages between two users in the chat room. All right, so this is going to be app.get. So the endpoint is going to be / messages. Okay, / I need access to the sender ID, and / I need access to the recipient ID as well. Okay, just like this. And after this, I'm going to initialize my async method along with the request as well as the response. Okay, so here again, I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error. So firstly, I'm going to say console.log of error, and I'm going to say result.status of JSON internal server error. So firstly, inside my try block, of course, I need access to the sender's ID as well as the recipient ID to fetch all of the messages between two users. So I'm going to say const sender ID, comma recipient ID equals to request.params. So after doing this, I'm going to say const messages equals to await, access the message model that we have defined. It's going to say message.find. Over here, I'm going to make use of the OR operator. Okay, just like this, and fetch all of the messages between two users based on the ID. So I'm going to say sender ID is going to be sender ID, comma recipient ID is going to be recipient ID. Okay, same thing over here as well. So sender ID over here is going to be the recipient ID, and the recipient ID is going to be the sender ID. So by this, we can pretty much track the messages of both the users in that particular chat room. All right, so after this, I'm going to make use of the populate method right over here. So I'm going to say populate of the sender ID along with the underscore ID and the name. So save the file. So after doing this, I'm going to say result.json of the messages. So just send the messages to the front end so that we can display that in the chat room. So save the file. So we have created 3 endpoints. So the next step is we're going to go into the front end part, that is over here in the chat messages screen, and we're going to firstly define an onPress function on the send button over here. So over here in the pressable, I'm going to say onPress, and I'm going to initiate a function. So this function is going to take in a parameter. So I'm going to say handle send. So the parameter is going to be whether it is a type of text or whether it's a type of an image. Okay, so if at all the user presses on the send button, we are confirming that it is going to be a type of text. Okay, so I'm going to say text, and we're going to define this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle send equals to a async function. So here we're gonna pretty much take in 2 parameters. One is the message type, whether it is a text or an image, and along with it we are gonna take the image URL or image URI. If at all we have pressed on the camera icon to select the image, we'll be doing that in just a bit after the text part. So here, firstly, I'm going to initiate my try catch block. Okay, so I'm going to say catch of error. So let's type that properly. So it's going to be console.log of error in sending the message. Okay, just show me whatever that particular error is. Alright, so inside the try block, so here I'll be making use of something known as the form data in JavaScript. Okay, so I'm going to say const form data equals to new form data. So this form data is going to have a method known as append. So I'll be making use of that. So I'm going to say form data dot append the sender ID. So sender ID of course is going to be the user ID. So let's get the user ID. So that is present inside of, let's say, the home screen. Let's pretty much copy this piece of code. Okay, and let's come back to the chat messages screen and paste it over here, and make sure you import the use context and as well as this one, that is a user type, from the context.js file. Okay, so after doing that, we're going to pass in our user ID. So the second thing we need access is to the recipient ID. So I'm going to say form data dot append. Okay, this is going to be recipient ID. So if you would remember, we had passed the information from the user chat to this particular screen. So I'm just going to receive this from the root.params. Okay, so I'm just going to say const destructure the value equals to root.params. So before that, let's initialize our root. So here I'm going to say const root equals to use route. So import that from React navigation /native, and here I'm going to say root.params. Okay, so the same recipient ID I'm going to pass in the form data method right over here. Okay, so after that, we're going to check if the message type is image or a normal text. Okay, so for that, we're going to apply the condition. Okay, so we're going to say if the message type that is coming from the parameter, we're going to say if it is a type of, let's say, image, then we're going to say form data dot append. So firstly, we need to send it the message type. It's going to be type of image. Okay, after that, we need to send it the image file. So I'm going to say form data dot append. This is going to be an image file, and over here I'm going to send some information regarding it. So URI is pretty much going to be this image URI that is coming from the parameter. Okay, and I'm going to give it the name. It's going to be image.jpg, and after that, we're going to give it the type of the image. It's going to be image/jpeg. Okay, else if it is not an image, of course it is going to be the text, right? So here I'm going to say else. So over here I'm going to say form data dot append. So in this case, we need to write the message type as well. So message type is going to be text over here. In the previous case, it was image. So after setting up the message type, we need to send the data, that is the message text, right? So form data dot append the message text, and it's going to be the message itself that is stored inside of the state, that is this one. Okay, I'm just trying to copy the same values that we've written inside of the index.js file, that is this one. Okay, we need access to message text, message type, sender ID, as well as the recipient ID, even the image URL. So let's come back to our chat message screen. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to initiate my response. So I think that's going to come over here. I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch. So this is going to be the URL http or localhost 8000 and / messages. Okay, and over here we're going to provide the method of it. So of course the method is going to be post method, and the body is going to be the form data itself, that is this one, with all of these details stored, or this details or this detail stored, depending upon whether it is an image or a text. Okay, so after that, I'm going to check if at all the response is okay. So I'm going to check the condition if response dot okay. Then after that, I'm going to say set the message to be empty so that we can send another message. And now I'm going to initiate my state to access the image also. So I'm going to say const selected image comma set selected image equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so we will look into the image part in just a bit, but we're going to set it over here. After sending the image also, we're going to set the selected image to be empty. And okay, I think that's it. So save the file once. I think we have an error. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna style the header part over here. That is, if at all we are chatting with this person, that person user information should be there at the top part. So to do that, I'm gonna make use of my use layout effect. Okay, right over here. So I'm gonna say use layout effect. Okay, so firstly, let's import use layout effect from React, just like this, and initialize our navigation. Okay, use navigation. So that's been imported. So next, inside the use layout effect, I'm gonna say navigation dot set options. So firstly, I do not want the header title, so I'm gonna say header title and give it a blank empty string. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna access my header left method over here, which is gonna execute a function, and here I'm gonna return my view. So firstly, I need the back icon so that I can go back to the previous screen. So let's get that icon over here. So I'm gonna choose search for back, and I'm gonna choose, let's say, this one from iron icons, and let's import that out first and copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it right over here. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after that, I need access to the image of that particular user. So I'm going to say image. So this in turn is going to take in the source, which is going to take in the URI. So to access the URI, it's going to be okay. So currently we do not have access to the image, right? Because we have just defined the endpoint, that is this one endpoint, to get the user details to design the chat room header. So we need to execute this, okay, to get the details of that particular user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to initiate a use effect over here. That is, let's say, over here. So I'm going to say const, firstly inside a use effect. Okay, so I'm going to say const fetch recipient data equals to async. Okay, so firstly let's initialize our try catch block of the error. Okay, so I'm firstly gonna console.log the error. Error retrieving details. Okay, and just show me whatever error it is. Okay, and after that, let's comment this out for now. Okay, so after that, I'm gonna say const response equals to await fetch. We're gonna write the URL, that is http localhost 8000, and this is gonna be our endpoint. That is, go to the index.js file. Okay, it's gonna be user and then user ID, right? So let's come back to our chat messages. It's gonna be user. Let's make use of backtext first. Okay, and after this, I'm gonna pass in the recipient ID. That is gonna be this one that is coming from the root params, right? So recipient ID just like this. So I'm going to say const data equals to, firstly convert it into JSON format. So I'm going to say response.json. So now let's access the state to hold all of this data. So here I'm going to say const recipient data comma set recipient data equals to use state. So initially it's going to be empty. All right, so after we get that data over here, I'm going to say set the recipient data to be whatever the data is. Okay, just like this. And yeah, pretty much that's it. Okay, I'm doing it in the wrong thing. This should come over here. So after this, we're going to call the function that is fetch recipient data, just like this. And let's console.log the values correctly. That is, let's console.log this particular value, recipient data, over here at the bottom. So I'm going to say console.log of the recipient data. So let's check out a console once. I'm going to save the file. Let's see if everything is imported. Use effect is not imported. So use effect, and other than that, I think, yeah, everything is imported. So save the file once. Okay, error retrieving details, is it? So let's look into it once. Okay, again, I've given double slash twice. Okay, I've given the slash 2 times, right? Let's make that change and save the file. Okay, still we have that error. So let's see if it is the correct URL. Okay, so the error was there inside of the index.js file because we had not configured the storage part, and we had not imported Multer, that is for the storage facility for the image that we'll be using. So just make sure you just add that code. So over here I've added just this piece of code. Okay, so firstly import Multer like this, and then configure Multer for handling the file uploads. So my destination I've chosen is of files. That's going to happen inside of a backend folder that we look into it in just a bit when we work with image uploads. And pretty much you can feel free to copy all of this. Okay, and then after doing this, just write this piece of code, and other than that everything should be fine. And let's save the file and make sure you add a wait over here. So save the file. So as you can see, my details have been obtained over here. So with the help of this, there is recipient data. We're going to style the header part now. So firstly, let's get into the image over here. So here the URI is going to be recipient data dot image. Okay, so for this I'm going to give some styling to the image. So I'm going to give it a width of 30 and a height of 30, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 15 and a resize mode of cover. Okay, that's it. Let's import image from React Native. Okay, so as you can see, my image has been appeared. So over here we're going to give the style to the view. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give a gap of 10. Okay, save the file. Okay, that's it. And after that we're going to give basically the name of the person as well. That's going to come right after the image. So here I'm going to say recipient data dot name. Okay, so let's put the image as well as the text into a view. Okay, so just copy that out and I'm going to paste it inside the view, and we're going to give the style for the view, that is basically the flex direction of row. And so let's write flex direction of row and align items of center. Okay, so save the file. So now we're going to give the style for the text, that is over here. So I'm going to say margin left of, let's say, 5, I'm going to give it a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now if at all the user presses on this, we need to go back to the previous screen. So I'm going to say on press equals to navigation dot navigate, or navigation dot go back, just like this. Okay, save the file and let's press on it. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the chat screen. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so as you can see now, as I go back and come into the chat screen, because of the use layout effect, which works at the first, we are not able to see that, right? So we're going to provide a dependency array for the use layout effect and data. Okay, so initially it will be undefined. When it changes again, it's going to run. So save the file. So over here, now that's going to work absolutely fine. Okay, so instead of recipient ID, make sure you add recipient data, and that gets updated automatically. And inside the index.js file, make sure to initialize multer and add those two pieces of code. Okay, otherwise this thing is not going to work. Okay, so after this, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to send the message, and we're going to also fetch the messages in our front end part so that we can show it over here. So if it is the user who typed the message, it's going to come towards the right part, and if it's the other person who sends the message, it's going to come towards the left part. So let's come back to our chat messages screen, and we're going to send the message over here. So I'm going to type in any random message inside the text input field and press on send. Okay, so let's check out in the backend, that is in MongoDB, if at all the message has been sent. So let's press on send. Okay, so let's head over to MongoDB once, refresh the app. Okay, so at least one message should be present. Oh, okay, not even a single message is there. So I think we have made a mistake over here. So let's look into the code over here, that is in the handle send function. So basically we are pretty much initializing a form data and checking if it is a message or an image. So we will automatically come into the else condition because it is a text, and then we are sending the request. Okay, I think this part looks okay. So let's come into our index.js file and check the root ones, that is this one. So for the messages, so we are creating a new message with all of the details. Okay, oh okay, but we are not using the new message. I think that's the problem. So what I'm going to do is over here, we're going to say await new message dot save. Okay, we have not even done this. I think that I think for that reason it did not work. So let's give it one more try. Let's come back to the chat messages screen, and I'm going to send again a message over here. Okay, let's press on send. So now let's go back to the backend and refresh once. So as you can see, we have our first message. So we pretty much have the ID of the message, the sender ID, the recipient ID. The message type is going to be text, and image URL is false, and we have the timestamp. Okay, so the next step is we are going to fetch the messages between two users as soon as when we press on the send button. Also, when the user opens up that particular chat room, we're going to fetch the message. So let's do that over here. So I'm going to initialize my use effect over here and define a function inside of it, that is fetch message or fetch messages. Okay, so let's define the function right at the top. So I'm going to say const fetch messages equals to async function. Firstly, let's initialize our try catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log of error fetching messages and show me whatever that error is. And inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await fetch. So this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000 forward slash the user ID. So for that, firstly, I'm going to make use of backticks. So this is going to be a user ID and forward slash, it's going to be the recipient ID, because that's what we have given in the endpoint. Let's check out in the index.js file. As you can see, this one, messages, sender ID and the recipient ID. Okay, so let's come back over here. Yeah, we forgot to add messages. So after 8000, it's gonna be messages. Okay, so after initializing this, firstly we need to get access to the data. So let's do that. So const data equals to await response.json. So if at all we get the correct response, so I'm going to say if response.ok. Firstly, let's initialize our state to hold the data. So firstly, messages comma set messages equals to a use state. So here I'm going to provide an empty array because we can have n number of messages. So here I'm going to say set the messages to be whatever the data is. Okay, if at all there is any error in the else condition, you can pretty much show that error, or of course it's going to get catched. It's going to get, or if there is any error, we can show that in the else block, or it's going to show us in the catch block also. So console.log error showing messages, it's going to be response.status dot message. All right, so after this we're gonna save the file. I think that's it. So hopefully let's console.log the messages and see if at all we're getting the correct message or not. So instead of console.logging the recipient data, I'm going to say console.log the messages. Here I'm going to say messages. So let's see if everything is imported. That is over here. Yes, everything is imported. So just save the file. So as you can see, we have the message object. We have first message being shown, which is the ID. The image URL is false. The message type is text. And we have the recipient ID, the sender ID, and we have the name. This is the sender. Okay, I've logged in through the girl's account and sent the message. And I think the message is not being seen, right? That's important. We need access to the message. So let's look into where we've gone wrong, because we need access to the message text, correct? Okay, so let's send the message one more time because we have made that change. That is inside the index.js file. That is this one. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully it could work, or it might not work again. So I'm going to send one more message and then let's check it out. So yeah, press on send. And let's check out the backend ones. Oh, nope, I think it's still not coming. So let's see where we've gone wrong. I think we need access to that message text. So let's check out our index.js file once. Okay, so over here, instead of the message text, I'm gonna make a change. I'm gonna say I want the message, and inside the message I want the message text to be stored. Okay, let's do it like this, and I'm gonna save the file. So this message text is going to get stored inside of message if at all I send a message. So firstly, let's go into the backend and delete both of the objects. So let's just press on delete. Even this as well. And now let's come back to the front end and inside our chat screen, chat's message screen. And here I'm going to send the message now. So hopefully now we should be able to see the message as well in the backend. So let's check that out. Let's refresh over here. So as you can see, we have access to the message type, as well as all the other details. Okay, so now it's correctly working. So let's save the file. As you can see, we have the message object inside of the messages array, and we have access to the message as well. So with the help of this, we are gonna show all of the messages inside that particular chat room. So all of the messages are going to go over here. So we're going to look into it. So basically we are going to map over all of the messages and display it in the chat room. So here I'm going to map over my messages first. So I'm going to say messages.map for every item and index. We're going to apply the condition and return something. Okay, so before that, previously I noticed that when I console.log the messages, they were coming in the form of an object. Okay, so I just made a change inside of my index.js file. So we were making use of find one over here. So just write find instead of find one. Okay, so make that change and let's come back to the chat message screen. And over here, firstly, I'm gonna check the condition if at all the message type is a text or an image. So to do that, I'm gonna say if the item dot message type equals to a text, then in this case I'm going to return a pressable with a text message. So inside the text I need to show the message, so it's going to be item dot message. Okay, so now I'm going to write the condition for the pressable, whether to check if the message is sent by the user or by the receiver. So to do that, I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have array of styles. So here I'm going to say if the item dot access the sender ID. So as you can see, sender ID is not a value, it is an object. Okay, so I'm going to say access sender ID dot underscore ID. If this is equal to the user ID, then that means that particular message is sent by the user itself. Okay, so we're going to provide some styles for that, else it is sent by the opposite person, so we're going to provide something else for that. So if the message is sent by the user, I'm going to say align self towards flex end. Okay, and the background color I'm going to give it of this color code DC F8 and C6, and along with this I'm going to give it an internal spacing, that is padding of 8. Okay, and after that I'm going to give it a max width of 60% like this, and after that we're going to give it some border radius of, let's say, 6 or 7. Okay, so for this, the next one I'm going to say align self, it's going to be flex start, so it comes to the leftmost part, and the background color is going to be white in this case, and padding is going to be 8. Okay, we're going to give it some margin, external spacing of, let's say, 10. So the same thing I'm going to give this over here also, and after margin we have the border radius of, let's say, 7, and apart from that we need to give the max width. So I'm going to give it a max width of, let's say, 60% again. Okay, so if I save the file, okay, the message should come towards the rightmost part, that is hello. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, the message is coming towards the rightmost part. So now we're gonna style out the text, as well as firstly let's provide the key for this. So I'm gonna say key is gonna be the index itself. Okay, so apart from that, let's start styling out the text over here. So I'm gonna say style. So let's give it a font size, let's say 13. Okay, and the next thing is below this we're gonna provide the time. So here I'm gonna initialize my function, that is format time of the item dot. So to access the timestamp, it's gonna be item dot timestamp, this one. Okay, so this I'm gonna define this at the topmost part over here. So here I'm gonna say const format time equals to, so this is gonna take in the time, okay, over here, So first over here, we're going to define the options, right? So I'm going to say const options equals to, I'm going to access the har, it's going to be numeric, and I also want the minute, it's going to be in numeric as well. And after this, I'm going to say return new date. So return new date of whatever the time is selected and convert it into to local string. So this is the format, and provide the options to this. Okay, so let's save the file once. As you can see, we are able to see that. Okay, but from this, I just want the, okay, now it's working better. I had put the dot instead of the comma. Okay, I just want the time to be seen. So now we're gonna give the design for the, the styling for the text attribute over here that contains the time. So I'm gonna say text align is gonna be right, and we're gonna say firstly font size of very less, let's say 9, and the color is gonna be gray, and I'm gonna give it a slight margin top of, let's say 5 or 6. So margin top of 5. As you can see, that's looking better. And for the upper text that contains the image, I'm going to say text align. So if it is selected, so firstly I'm going to make it as default, or okay, never mind, firstly we're going to put it towards the left. Okay, so is selected is going to come when we look into the deletion of the messages. So currently I'm just going to say left. Okay, so format once, and yeah. So one more thing is, as soon as you press on the send button after typing a message, you need to again call the fetch messages, so that gets refreshed automatically. So to do that, let's head over to the send method over here. So after making all of the fields empty, I'm going to say call the fetch messages function one more time. So it's going to call this message, this function, and again it's going to get re-rendered, and we can see the updated images hopefully. So let's give that a try once. So I'm going to write one more message over here, and press on send. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is the image picker part. That is, if at all the user presses on this, we should see a kind of modal structure opening to select any one of the image. And if I press on choose, and that particular image should be sent as the chat over here. Okay, so for that, firstly, I'm going to install a dependency over here. I'm going to make use of the expo image picker. So firstly, let's head over to Chrome and let's check that out. That is this one. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to install this with the help of this code, and I'm going to press on enter. And the next step is you need to include this one inside of your app.json. So just copy the plugins part. Okay, head over to your app.json in the file tree, that is this one itself, and we're going to paste it let's say after this one. Okay, so save the file, and yeah, so now we're going to make use of this. So firstly, I'm going to initialize the on press event on this particular camera button. So let's do that over here. I'm going to say on press pick image, just like this, and we're going to define this function right at the top. So before that, let's import our image picker. So here I'm going to say import star as image picker from expo image picker. So now let's define our function, that is pick image. So here I'm going to say const pick image equals to async. Okay, first we're going to say let result, or if this code is there inside of the expo documentations, let's just take that out. Okay, let's copy this out. I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so as soon as you click any one of the image, I just need to call my handle send function, that is this one. Okay, so to do that, what I'm going to do is if not result. Okay, firstly let's console.log what is there inside the result. So I'm going to say console.log of result, save the file, and let's open up our console once. So let's press on this button, the camera button. So hopefully it should open up the albums, as you can see. So there are already some images in this iOS simulator. So I'm going to press on this one and let's see what is console.log in the result. So the first image, press and choose. Okay, as you can see, this is our result object. Okay, inside that there is something known as the URI. Okay, so this URI is important for us in putting the image on the screen. So if you would remember, I had told you to copy the code regarding Malta, that is this one. Okay, so then after doing this, create a file inside your backend with the same name you give over here. You can pretty much give any name over here. So in my case, I've given files. So the next step is go into the API folder, press on new folder, and create the files folder. Okay, so save the file after this. Come back to our chat message screen. Okay, so next thing what we're going to do is, after getting the result, I'm gonna check the condition that if not the result dot cancel, that means if you have not cancelled that particular thing, I want you to call the handle send function, with the parameter being, first parameter is message type, so it's going to be image, and the second parameter is going to be image URI, so it's going to be result. Okay, it's going to be result.uri, my bad, it's going to be result.uri. Okay, so let's save the file. So now we are not going to see the message. Firstly, we are going to check if at all the message is being stored inside of our backend, right? So firstly, let's press on the button again. So this time I'm going to choose this one, and I'm going to press and choose. So hopefully it should get stored in the backend. Okay, no errors are there, so let's give it a try. Okay, so let's go over here, let's refresh the messages collection. Okay, so here we are seeing image URL is true, but there is no image URL over here. Okay, so let's look into it. So previously also we did not have the message, so the same thing is happening over here. So let's look into the function where we have gone wrong, that is in the handle send function. Okay, so the error is there inside of the index.js file. Okay, so I just made a new change. So previously it was not showing the image URL. So after doing this, we need to apply the condition. So if this is true, then it's going to be request.file.path, else it's going to be null. Okay, so now I'm going to do it again. So let's pretty much add this one, and let's check out our backend once. So as you can see, we have that image being added. So the message type is image URL is this one, and pretty much you can see the image being done. Okay, this one was the previous one where we did not have the image URL. So let's delete that out. So now with the help of this, we are gonna show the image inside of our chat room. So firstly, let's go over here. So here I'm going to check the condition saying that if the item dot message type equals to the image. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is, firstly I'm going to get my base URL. So currently it is only local to the system. If you of course deploy it, it's not going to work. So I'm going to say go to my users and go to this folder, Okay, and then go into my build folder and then go into the app that I created, that is messenger project, this one, and go into the API folder and go into the files where all the images are present. So after doing this, I'm going to say const image URL equals to item dot image URL, that is this one, this URL. So let's copy that out. Okay, it should be over here. And now I'm going to say const file name equals to image URL dot split with the help of this slash and then pop it off. Okay, after that, because I need only access to this particular one, right? So after doing that, I'm going to say const source equals to access the URI, and it's going to be the base URL plus my file name. Okay, just like this. So now I'm going to say return a pressable again. So I'm just going to copy the same piece of styling I gave to the previous one. It's going to remain the same. So copy the key as well as the styling part and paste it over here. So the first thing in the pressable this time is going to be a view over here. So this view in turn is going to contain, of course, the image. Okay, so the image source is going to be the source itself that we have calculated, that is base URL plus the file name. So I'm going to say source is going to be source, and we're going to give the style for this. So the width is going to be 200 and the height is going to be 200, and I'm going to give it a slight border radius of, let's say, 7. Import the image tag. Okay, and after this we're going to show the text where we need to show the timings, right? So call the same function, that is format time, and provide the item dot timestamp, just like this. And we're going to give the style for the text, so this appears on top of the image. So I'm going to say text align of right, font size of 9, and it's going to have a color of gray. It's going to have a position of absolute and a right value of 10. Color of, okay, let's remove this. I wanted to have a color of gray. So color of gray and a bit of margin top of 5. Okay, let's format once and check if image is imported. It is imported, and hopefully if I save the file, we should be seeing the images that are stored in the backend. Okay, so I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that coming, but the image is not being seen properly. Okay, so let's give even the bottom property as well. So the bottom is going to be 7. All right, so the right, let's keep it to be 9 or 10. Okay, so let's see why the image is exactly not appearing. Okay, so firstly, let's go over here into the files folder. So let's delete all of them first. We're going to do this from the first. Okay, so let's go back to over here, and even let's delete the image from our backend as well. So save the file. So once let me check if this correct base URL is correct, with the correct spelling. So over here in the base URL, we are going into the correct users and then my name, then into the build folder. And after that, we're going to go into this particular project, that is messenger project, then come into the APIs folder and the files folder. And here is where our image is present, right? And after this, we are concatenating with this particular URL, that is only until here. So if we split with the help of the slash, so if the slash doesn't come, then that means we have given the URL wrong. Okay, so if the slash comes, then of course it should show the image. So let's put a forward slash over here and save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So that was the problem. So make sure you add a forward slash over here, because this slash is gone off, I guess, when we make use of the pop method. So the next step is over here, color I'm going to give it as white. As you can see, that's looking better. So let's try sending one more image. Okay, so let's send this one. So choose. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. Okay, so now we have implemented two features, that is by sending the message with the help of text and the image as well. So the next feature we'll be looking into is the deletion of messages. Okay, so to do that, firstly, I'll be accessing my state for the selected messages that are to be deleted. So here I'm going to say const selected messages comma set selected messages equals to use state of an empty array, because the user can delete more than one message at a time. Alright, so save the file. Now let's create an endpoint over here inside our index.js file. Okay, so I've written the statement that is endpoint to delete the messages. So I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / delete messages, and it's going to be a async one. It's going to take in, of course, the request as well as the response. And firstly, let's initialize our try catch block. So catch of error. Firstly, I'm going to say console.log of error. And after this, I'm going to say result.status of 500 with a error message saying that internal server error. Okay, so inside the try block, firstly, to delete the messages, I need access to the message IDs. That is this ID. Okay, so if I get access to that ID of that particular message, I will be able to delete that from the chat. So I'm going to say const messages equals to request.body. Okay, so firstly, we're going to check if the request body contains an array of message IDs. So to do that, I'm going to say if not of array.isArray of the messages, or if the messages.length equals to 0, that means no messages have been selected. So in this case, I'm going to say return result.status of 400.json with a message saying that invalid request body. So I'm going to say invalid request body, something like this. Okay, so if at all any one of the messages is selected, I'm going to say await access the message model dot, we have the method known as delete many. So I'm going to use that delete many, and over here I'm going to provide in the IDs. So underscore ID should be equal to an object where we're going to include basically all of the message IDs that we have got from the request.body. So I'm going to pass in the messages like this. Alright, so after this, I'm going to say result.json with the message saying messages deleted successfully. Okay, so that's it. Alright, so the next step is we're going to go into the front-end part, and then we're going to create an on-press event on each of the text messages first. Okay, so let's go into the chat message screen, and let's come into the pressable where we have the text, that is this one. So this pressable, I'm going to say on press, not on press, it's going to be on long press. Okay, so initiate a function, and I'm going to say handle select message of the item. Okay, so now I'm going to define the function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle select message equals to, it's going to take in the message. Alright, so firstly what we need to do is, firstly we need to check if the message is already selected. Okay, if it is already selected, then we need to remove it from this array, that is selected messages array. Okay, so firstly I'm going to say const is selected equals to selected messages dot includes of item dot, not item, this one, that is message dot underscore id. If this condition becomes true, then that means that particular messages are selected. So I'm going to say if is selected, then we need to remove it from the set selected. So I'm going to say set selected messages. Okay, firstly access the previous messages or previous messages, you can write anything. And over here I'm going to say the previous messages dot filter. I'm going to apply the filter method. So based on the id that is going to obtain over here, this id should not be equal to the message dot id. Okay, by doing this, if the message is already selected, we are going to remove that out. All right, else that means we are pressing on the message for the first time to delete that message. So I'm going to say set selected messages to be whatever is there inside of the previous messages. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say include whatever is there inside the previous messages and pretty much include the added message, that is message dot underscore id. Okay, so that's the implementation. So save the file. So if at all you press on any one of the message, that is by doing long press, it comes to this function. So firstly we are checking if at all that message is already selected. Okay, in our case it's not selected, so it automatically comes into the else condition, and we're going to say set selected messages to be select the previous messages, choose the previous messages if there are any. So in our case there are no previous messages selected, so it comes to over here and it adds that message.id into this. Okay, so let's give that a try once. So let's console.log our selected messages right over here. Okay, let's remove the messages first. This one I'm going to say selected messages. Okay, so I'm going to save the file and I'm going to long press on good morning once. Okay, so that particular id has been added into our array, that is selected messages array. So let's say I want to press hello. Okay, so if I long press on hello, it's going to go into this particular function. Where did that go? That is this one. It's going to check if the message is already selected. It is not selected, then that means it's going to go into the else condition. It's going to include the previous messages, that is this one, good morning. It's going to include that id, and along with that it's going to add hello's id, hello's message id. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to long press on hello. So as you can see, now it has two messages. So again I'm going to long press on hello, then this id should disappear, and again I'm going to long press on good morning, then the array should become empty, right? So long press on hello, that has been gone, and long press on good morning, even that has been gone. Okay, so that's the implementation. So now with the help of that selected messages, we're going to show some design changes to our UI. So firstly, let's come to our use layout effect, where we're going to make that change. All right, so if at all any message is selected, I want this to go off. Okay, so over here I do not want the profile being seen. I want to show the number of selected messages. All right, so to do that, I'm going to access the condition over here. I'm going to say if the selected messages dot length is greater than 0, and that means I'm going to show this design. If there are no selected messages to delete, I'm going to show the view itself. So here I'm going to keep a view. Okay, so inside this view I want to show a text attribute which says selected messages dot length. So let's give it some styling to the text, font size of 16 and font weight of 500, just like this. Okay, and the next step we'll be looking into is we're gonna initialize our header right part as well. So that's gonna come after header left. So I'm gonna say header right. It's gonna take in a function and execute. So in our case, I'm gonna say if at all the selected messages.length is greater than 0, then I want you to show this design, else it's gonna be null. Okay, so here I'm gonna initialize my view. Okay, so in the view I'm gonna have a bunch of icons, so let's get that icon from the expo icons over here. So the first one is gonna be arrow icon. It's gonna be MD arrow, that is this one. So yeah, we're going to use this one. Import it from iron icons first. Okay, iron icons is already imported, so let's just copy the render component code and we're going to paste it inside of the use layout effect. Okay, paste it over here. So the second icon is the opposite of that one, so it's going to be MD arrow undo. So just copy the render component code and paste it over here. And after that we have the star icon. So let's search for star. Okay, so let's choose this one. So import font awesome family first and copy the render component code. So we're gonna paste it over here. So after that we need, of course, the delete button to delete the messages. So let's search for delete. Okay, let's choose from material icons, that is this one. So import material icons first into the code, and after that we're going to copy the render component code and we're going to paste it right after the previous icon, that is over here. So now I'm going to give the style for the view. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and not justify, a gap of 10. Okay, save the file, nothing should happen. So the next thing we're looking into is I'm going to provide the condition firstly inside where we render the text message, saying that over here I'm going to say const is selected equals to selected messages dot includes of our item dot underscore id. If this becomes true for any of the message, that means that message is selected, right? So I'm going to provide the style over here. So that's the reason I've provided an array of styles. This is for the first one and this is while deleting it, that is selected and I'm going to say a width of 100% and I'm going to give a background color of this color code. Okay, that is F0 FFFF. Okay, so format once and save the file. So now let's check if the design is exactly working. So I'm going to long press on good morning first. Okay, that is getting selected, but our top header is not getting selected, right? So let's look into that, why it's not getting selected. So before that, as you can see, good morning has come to the leftmost part. So to make it look correctly, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and over here I told we need to write the condition for is selected. So if it is selected, I want it to come towards the right, else I want it to be towards the left itself. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So even this is working absolutely fine, right? So over here, I think to the use layout effect, we need to provide a dependency. So previously we had provided one more dependency, that is the recipient data, right? So here let's provide even the selected messages as well. So when all of that change, it's gonna again re-render. So I'm gonna say selected messages, save the file. So currently one message is selected, and as you can see over here also we can see that design working absolutely fine. Okay, so if I again long press on it, we should again see the profile. So let's press on two of the messages, this and this. As you can see, two messages have been selected. Okay, so next step is I'm gonna create an on press function on that delete button which we have. that is over here. Okay, so I'm going to say on press, it's going to be delete message of the selected messages, which contains all of the IDs of that particular messages. Okay, so let's define this delete messages function right at the top, or we can define it here itself. So I'm going to say const delete messages equals to async. So this of course is going to take in all of the message IDs as the parameters. That is basically this IDs, right? This array. Okay, so here firstly let's initialize our try catch block. So delete messages. Okay, so here I'm going to say try and then initialize our catch block with the error. And firstly I'm going to say console.log of error deleting messages. So inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my response. So const response equals to await fetch of this particular URL http localhost 8000 and / delete messages. Okay, so the method is going to be post headers is going to be this one, that is content type application/json, and we're going to provide the body. So body is of course going to be the message IDs. So body, I'm going to say json.stringify. So the messages is going to be all of the message IDs. Okay, so if at all the response is okay, if everything has worked correctly, then that means our message document should have been deleted in the backend. Okay, so if response is okay, I'm going to say remove all of the selected messages from the front end part. So here I'm going to say set the selected messages. Firstly access the previous messages, whatever is there. Okay, so here the previous messages dot filter. So the ID should not be equal to the message IDs. Okay, or we can write it in this way such that message IDs dot includes of ID. Okay, that is not of message IDs dot includes of that ID. All right, and after that I need to again call the fetch messages function so that that deleted message should go off and the remaining messages should be seen. So I'm going to call this function, that is fetch messages, again after the delete operation has been performed. So that is going to happen over here. I'm going to say fetch messages. Okay, in the else condition you can again write a console.log of error saying that there is some error deleting the message, error deleting messages, and just say give the response dot status. Okay, hopefully it should work. Let's check it out. Save the file. So now I'm gonna long press on good morning. Okay, so if at all I press on delete, it should delete the message and it should again refresh so that this message should not be seen, right? So let's give that a try. Okay, we have an error, right? Error deleting messages 404. So let's see where exactly we've gone wrong. So http localhost 8000 delete messages. Okay, delete spelling is wrong, my bad. Save the file. So let's again try deleting. Let's press on delete. And okay, now we got a different error deleting messages. Okay, so this part is actually right, but the problem was inside my index.js file. Okay, so over here I've written the wrong spelling for JSON. It's like John's. So let's make it JSON. Save the file. Okay, let's come back to our chat messages over here. And I'm going to send the message. Okay, not there. So let's send this one. And let's send one more message. Okay, so now let's try deleting it. Okay, so let's press on good morning and let's press on delete. So as you can see, it's gone, and even we are able to see the profile. And let's press on hello and again delete it. And as you can see, it's working absolutely fine. So one problem that we made was the spelling mistake of this thing. Okay, so now we have completed the delete part as well. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna style this part, that is the last shown message, as well as the timing of that particular message over here towards the right part. So to do that, we're gonna create a endpoint also for that. So that's gonna happen inside of a user chat, I guess. Yeah, this one. So here inside the user chat.js, instead of creating an endpoint for getting the last message, firstly let's access all of the messages between two users. Okay, so to do that, firstly let's copy that from the chat message screen. So with that messages only, we're gonna track the last message. So firstly let's copy this function out and along with the use effect. So we're gonna paste that over here. So we need access to the user ID as well as the recipient ID. So recipient ID is already present. That's gonna come from the props. So it's gonna be item._id. All right. And after that, we're gonna say, firstly, we need to include this user ID, right? So let's go into the home screen and copy this out. So paste it over here. So let's import both our use context as well as our user type from the context file, just like this. And let's also import the use effect. All right, and set messages. So let's initialize the state to hold the messages. So I'm going to say const messages comma set messages equals to use state, and it's going to be an empty array at the initial state. Okay, so let us save the file. Use state does not exist, so let's import use state as well. Okay, so let's come to the user chat. So let's console.log our messages once. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log of the messages. Okay, so this is all of the messages, as you can see. Okay, this is the messages array. So now let's go into the chat room and we're going to send, let's say, 2 or 3 messages. So I'm going to say good afternoon. How are you doing? And let us meet at 6 p.m. and complete it by tomorrow. Okay, so I'm just adding some random chat messages. Okay, so as you can see, so let's come back over here and refresh. Okay, so these are all of my chat messages. So we have access to the messages between two users, that is the sender as well as the recipient. So after getting the access to the messages, I'm going to say const last message equals to get last message. Okay, so let's define the function that is get last message. So I'm going to say const get last message equals to normal arrow function. So I'm only interested in the text messages and not the image messages. So firstly, I'm going to filter out all of the image messages. So I'm going to say messages.filter. For each message, give me all of the messages that match this condition, that is message.message type. Message.message type should be equal to the text and not the image. All right, so after doing this, I'm going to calculate the length of the user messages. I'm going to say const user messages equals to const n equals to user messages dot length, and after that I'm going to say return user messages of n minus 1. This is going to give us the last message of that particular chat room. So let us console.log what is there inside of the last message. So I'm going to say console.log of last message. So save the file. As you can see, this is the last message that is completed by tomorrow. So let's check that out. So as you can see, completed by tomorrow is the last message. So with the help of this, we can design this part. Okay, so that's going to happen over here. So I'm going to say, if at all there is any last message that is present, then only I'm going to show the last message. If there is no message or if there is no conversation between two users, then only we're going to show the name. Okay, so let's copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. This is going to be last message dot message. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, that's working fine. So now we need to change the timings of it. So that's going to happen over here. So I'm going to say, if at all there is last message selected, or if the last message is present, then I'm going to say format time of the last message dot timestamp. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same function. We have written it in the chat message screen for the timestamp. Okay, it's going to be the same exact thing. So I think that is there over here. So copy this out and we're going to paste it. Okay, let's say we're going to paste it over here. So let us save the time. So as you can see, it's going to be 4:06 p.m. because I just sent it a couple of minutes before. Okay, it's showing the correct timestamp. So yeah, I think even this feature is completed. So the next thing is, if at all I open up a chat room, okay, as you can see, I need to scroll down completely to see the bottom part. Okay, what I want is, as soon as I open the chat room, I should be seeing the last message automatically at the bottom. And even if I send a message, so let's say I send any other message over here. So good morning, and press on the send button. As you can see, the message is sent, but I need to scroll down manually to see that message over here, right? So that should not happen. So to make that change, so let's come over to the scroll view and then provide some options. That's going to happen inside of our chat messages screen. So here we're going to give some options to our scroll view. So here I'm going to say reference equals to the reference that we're going to create in just a bit. And after that, I'm going to say content container style. I'm going to give it a flex grow of 1. Okay, and there is one more option, that is on content size change. I'm going to define a function that is handle content size change. So firstly, let's initialize our ref for the scroll view. I'm going to do this at the topmost part. Let's say over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const scroll view ref equals to use ref. So initially it's going to be null. So let's import use ref from React as such, like this. Okay, and after that we're going to say initiate a use effect over here. So whenever this component mounts, that is our chat message screen, I need to call this function exactly once. So I'm providing an empty dependency array. So the function is going to say scroll to bottom. So let's define this function over here. So I'm going to say const scroll to bottom equals to a basic arrow function. So here I'm going to say if scroll view. So inside use ref, it is basically an object where there is something known as the current value. So I'm going to say if scroll view ref dot current is present, then I'm going to say scroll view ref dot current dot scroll to end, and I'm going to say animated as false. So if you want the user to see the animation that is moving from top to bottom, then you can set it to be true. But I want the user to see directly the last message when he opens the chat room. So I'm going to say animated as false. Okay. So I think, yeah, save the file. So the next thing is, okay, JSX attributes must be assigned to a non. Okay, I forgot to add this out, right? So reference over here is going to be scroll view ref. Scroll view ref. Save the file. Handle content size change. Yes, we need to define that as well. So we're just going to call the same function again. So here I'm going to say, or here, const handle content size change equals to an arrow function. Here I'm going to call the function scroll to bottom. Save the file, and let's press on the chat screen. And as soon as I press on the user chat, I would be automatically taken to the bottom part of it. So as you can see, I need not scroll from the top to see the bottom messages. So let's see if this also works when I type or send a message. So I'm going to say, hey there, what's up, and I'm going to press and send. So as you can see, we were able to see that message without scrolling towards the bottom as we have done it earlier. Okay, so even that part is working absolutely fine. Okay, so we have almost finished all of the features that we discussed in the starting point of the application. Let's say showing the last message, and then showing the text messages, sending the image messages, and even the deletion of messages. So now the last thing that is left is to show over here whether we are friends with one another, or if at all the request is sent, or if at all it is an add friend button. So to do that, let's head over to the user.js over here. I think this is the one, right? Yeah, this is the one. So here I think we need to call two user facts to actually check if at all we are friends with one another, and based on that we're going to show the three states of the button. So now I'm going to go into my index.js file and then create a few more endpoints to identify the status of all of the buttons. So here I'm going to say app.get, the endpoint is going to be friend requests sent, and we're going to go into the user ID as well. So this is going to be a async method. It's going to take in, of course, the request as well as the response in the callback. And firstly, I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error. So firstly, console.log of error, and here I'm going to say result.status of JSON, send the error message which says internal error. So here in the try block, I need access to, of course, the user ID. That's going to come from the request.params. All right, and after this I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot find by ID of the user ID. So here I'm only interested in the send friend requests of a particular user. So if the request is sent over here, instead of add friend, I need to show request sent. So after doing this, I'm going to say populate the sent friend requests. So it needs to be of the same spelling, whatever is there in the backend. Okay, and from this I am interested in the name, email, and the image. And I'm going to apply the dot lean. All right, after this I'm going to say const send friend requests equals to user dot send friend requests. After this I'm going to say result.json, send this to the front end part, that is send friend requests. Okay, so this is one thing, and the second endpoint is going to be this one. So I'm going to say app.get. So this is basically fetching the friend list of the user, so that if they're friends with one another, I'm going to show as friends over here. So I'm going to say app.get. The endpoint is going to be /friends and it's gonna be user ID. So based on the user ID, we are gonna get the friends of that particular user. So I'm gonna say initialize the request and response. Okay. So firstly, get access to the user ID, or let's initialize our try catch block again. So try catch of error. So firstly, I'm gonna say console.log of error and send the status result.status of JSON. So here you can send a error message saying internal server error. So inside the try block, firstly, I need access to, of course, my user ID. So I'm going to say user ID equals to request.params. Okay. And with the help of the user model, I'm going to say user.find by ID. Find by ID of the user ID dot populate. So here I'm interested in the friends. So I'm going to say give me the friends of the user. So after applying the populate method, I'm going to say dot then of the user. If at all there is no user found, I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with the message being user not found. All right. Okay. So if at all user is there, we need to extract the IDs. So I'm going to say const friend IDs equals to user dot map over the friends array of that particular user, and for every friend just give me the ID of that particular person. I'm going to say friend dot underscore ID. So in the front end part, we're going to check if at all that ID is present while we map over it from the props, and if it is present, I'm going to show it as friends. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON, and I'm going to send the friend IDs just like this. Okay, save the file, and in the catch we have already done the statements. Okay, so let's save the file and let's come back into our front end part, that is to our user.js file, and we're going to initiate a use effect over here. Okay, so inside the use effect, I'm going to say const fetch friend requests equals to async. Okay, here also let's initialize our try catch block. Firstly, the error, I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Alright, inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response first. So response equals to await fetch. This is going to be the URL http / localhost 8000 / friend requests. Let's copy the correct spelling. So it's going to be this one, friend requests / sent, and then after that we're going to get the user ID. Okay, and after this, firstly let's make use of backticks. And after send, it's gonna be the user ID. So yeah, we have already access to user ID. So after that, firstly let's convert it into JSON format. So I'm gonna say const data equals to await response dot JSON. So if at all the response is okay, I'm going to say if response dot okay over here in the condition. I'm firstly going to initialize some data so that we can set the friends, okay, for both of them. So I'm going to say firstly const friend requests comma set friend requests equals to use state, and it's going to have an empty array at the initial state. Use state is already imported. So the next thing is const user friends comma set user friends equals to use state. Again, it's going to have an empty array at the initial state. So now let's come back to the function over here. So if the response dot okay, then I'm going to say set the friend request to be whatever the data is. Alright, so that part is done. And in the else condition, you can pretty much, console.log the error message or the response.status. Alright, so let's not save the file. Firstly, let's initialize one more use effect so that we can call even the fetch user friends function. So I'm going to say use effect. It's going to run once. So here I'm going to say const fetch user friends equals to async Okay, so here again I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error. So firstly I'm going to say console.log of error message, just say me whatever the error is. And inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my response as usual. So const response equals to await fetch. Okay, so it's gonna be http localhost 8000. Okay, / it's gonna go into friends and it's gonna go into the user ID, just like this. And after this I'm gonna say const data equals to await response.json. Okay, after this I'm gonna check if at all the response.ok is true. Then in that case I'm going to say set user friends to be whatever the data is, or else in the else condition you can console.log that particular error. So I'm going to say error retrieving user friends with the response.status. Alright, so format it once, and after the initialization of the function we're gonna call it over here. So I'm gonna say fetch friend request, fetch friend requests. So this one is gonna be fetch user friends. Alright, and yes, so let's put the semicolon over here. Yeah, hopefully let's console.log both of them, that is friend requests as well as the user friends. Okay, over here. So I'm going to say console.log of friends. It's going to be friend requests, and console.log of that's not friends, right? I think that's going to be friend requests. So this is going to be friend request sent, and the next one is going to be user friends. In this case we're going to call the user friends data. So hopefully for the first one we should get empty, because this account has not sent a request to any other person. And this one over here, that is for the user friends, my account should be present, right? Because we are friends with one another. So I'm going to save the file once. Okay, use effect does not exist, so let's import use effect from React. Okay, network request failed, is it? So let's see where we've gone wrong. So let's check out our index.js file. Okay, cannot populate. Okay, path friends. Okay, so let's look into the index.js file once. Okay, so I think we've given the wrong spelling over here. Let's check out the index file, and over here, okay, wrong spelling, status, and over here also wrong spelling, friends. Over here, yeah, that is correct, send friend requests. And yeah, let's hopefully save the file, and let's go into our user data, user.js file, and save the file again. So as you can see, now it's working absolutely fine. So friend requests array, friend request sent is empty because this account has not sent a friend request to any other person. Okay, and inside the user friends array, my account ID should be there. that is 7F44. So let's check out the backend once. So my account ID is gonna be, for the users. So as you can see, 7F44. So that's working absolutely fine. So with the help of this data, we're just gonna, check and change the status of the button. So that we're gonna do it over here. I'm just gonna paste the code for that. Okay, guys, I've just pasted the code for the pressable over here. Okay, so we're basically making use of 3 conditions. So the first condition is going to be, if at all the user friends dot includes of the item.id, then that means we are friends with that particular user. Okay, so I'm just initializing the same pressable, but the text is going to be friends. And if at all the request is sent, so this is coming from the state over here, that is request sent. So as soon as I press on the add friend button, that is over here, if the response dot okay is true, I'm gonna say set request sent to be true. If that is true, or even if the friend request dot I'm making use of the sum method, if the friend dot id equals to the item dot id, then that means we have sent the request to the other person. So it's going to be request sent, or else it's going to be the default one, that is add friend. Okay, you can go through the code once from the top over here, starting from the user friends. Okay, so as soon as I save the file, the first one should become friends, and these two should be add friend itself. So I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, we are friends with this particular account, right? So that's the reason it's showing as friends. So now I'm gonna press on the second button, that is add friend. So this should get triggered off because any one of them is gonna be true, right? Because of this line number 61, request send is set to true. So if this becomes true, then that means it's gonna show us a request sent. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the request is sent to that particular person. So by this, we can handle the status of all of the 3 buttons, that is friends, request sent, and add friend. Let's do for this as well. Okay, so I think that's it about the entire project. We have completed all of the features, like adding a friend and accepting the friend request for that particular person. And we can only chat with the other person if at all we are friends with one another. And inside the chat screen, we implemented how to send a message, how to send a text message, how to send an image type of message. And we also looked into the deletion of messages as well. Okay, so we have completed all of the features that we discussed at the starting point of the application. Okay, so I think that's it about this project. So let's see you in the next one, and then thank you for watching.